Hello and welcome to Salt Lake City for the first Paraclimbing World Cup of the year. What a spectacle it's turning out to be here. We had qualifying yesterday and now it's time for the finals. Temperature outside 20 degrees, but of course we are not outside, we are inside in this amazing climbing wall. And my name is Matt Groom and I'm joined by Sebastian Depka. Sebastian! I called you Sebastian Depka, I'm an idiot. How are you, Sebastian?
Hello, Matt. Nice to be back here again.
It's nice to have you, as always. Now, look, tell us a little bit about this gym, because it's new for us here at the IFSC. What's it like to climb it?
Well, the atmosphere is special here. The walls are really high. Routes were long, demanding. Up to 60 moves routes we had in qualification. And now we see here the first two routes of the finals. And I think there is some exciting hours coming up ahead of us.
Absolutely. Well, we've had a look at those routes, a range of different grades for a range of different categories. And if you're new to paraclimbing, we will take you through everything, so don't panic. But we'll be slow because we've got a build-up here this afternoon as we get going. But Sebastian, generally, paraclimbing is split into categories, isn't it? Depending on the impairment. Exactly.
You see 4 routes here on the wall, and you see signs on the base of them with numbers and figures on it. And the thing is, we divide the para-athletes by the type of impairment. So we have 10 different sport classes where we group by impairment in order that we ensure that there's a fair competition where not the least impaired wins, but the one who brings the best performance in comparison to his impairment. So that means we don't have, for example, a leg amputee athlete climbing against someone who is visually impaired.
Okay, well, Sebastian, it's complicated. We'll go through it more. But first of all, we're going to have a look at the highlights from yesterday's qualifying round. Some of the action for you to enjoy. Well, there we go. That was the action from yesterday, and it was an awesome qualification round, but brutal as always as we cut the athletes down to our finalists. Now, as we were watching that, Sebastian, in the background, we're hidden away a bit here, but we could hear Happy Birthday ringing through the stadium. What on earth's going on out there?
Yes, one of our athletes has his 30th birthday today, and he will climb in a few minutes here on the wall. What must it be for a birthday? Having the IFSC finals in paraclimbing as a present.
Exactly, it's a pretty good way to spend your birthday, you know, especially if he gets a gold medal. That will be, no one's given me gold for my birthday yet.
Yeah, we don't know yet, but I would say he's a pretty good medal candidate. But we'll dive into that later.
Well, we're talking about Benjamin Mayforth there, his birthday, so happy birthday, Ben. Right, Sebastian, we're almost underway here. Talk us through how the paraclimbing works this afternoon, because it's a little different from the able-bodied competition. But first of all, as usual, the observation period will come, won't it?
Exactly. Now we're waiting for the athletes to appear on stage to take the 6 minutes observation time that they have for the final routes. So depending on the sport class, you then see your route for the first time. They are now in isolation so that no one could see the routes before. And within those 6 minutes, you go through the route and try to figure out how it could be done. We have seen the routes. There are quite some hidden features and funny things that were invented by our route setters. And yeah, we'll see how they get through it. We had qualifications yesterday with 130 athletes in 15 different sport classes. So as I said, we have 10 different sport classes depending on the type of impairment. And per gender, that means we could have 20 sport classes in total overall in finals, but If there are not enough participants in the sport class, we put them together, the so-called merging, and that's why we have 15 sport classes here, which is quite a lot. So that means there are 15 medals given to the 15 set of medals given to the athletes at the end of this session. And there we see our first group of athletes on stage.
Yeah, and which groups are we talking about here? So, because it's just to let you know back at home, we have an awful lot of categories here. We have 14 categories of people, and we start off with the men's RP3 and women's RP3. So
exactly, but this presentation is the whole first.
So we've also got men's RP2,
men's RP1, and women AL1, RP1, and RP2. So
this is a lot of RPs.
Exactly.
Well,
so what does that mean?
Yes, well, exactly. What does it mean, Sebastian? Go on, give us the technical.
You see it on the back on the wall, for example, here, woman B1, WB means woman, or M, that means men. So, for example, B, that means the visually impaired sport classes. The B1, B2, B3, the number means the higher the number, the less severe is the impairment. That means B1 are those who have the least vision left, so they are completely blind. And the same is for the other sport classes, so always like high number, few severe or less severe impairment, low number, high impairment. So in each sport class has its own abbreviation to make it short, so that we don't have to say every time visually impaired climbing 1.
That's good.
For example.
I struggle with words as it is, so I don't want to say too many of them. Now we have the first Czech climber to make it through to the finals. We just saw him observing on the mat. So great to have new nationalities coming through into
Exactly. As the sport is growing and growing every time, from the last World Cup here in the US until this time, there was also again, I think more than 30 competitors more this time. I don't know the exact numbers, but it's a significant number of athletes that we have more this time. Every team brings more athletes and new countries also on stage, and it's so nice to have a country who participates for the first time and then also in finals. So we have many people here on stage who have their first competition and also climbing for the finals the first time. That shows that paraclimbers are already there. We don't have to build them, we just have to find them. So when you're watching this and you know someone who has an impairment and is a, let's say, like, motivated climber and can do stuff, like, tell him about us.
Exactly.
We're here for you.
Come and join. Well, I know that there's a lot of excitement among the Czech climbing community. Ineta, one of the world champ ice climbers, for example, she was sending messages of support. So it's a big deal in the Czech Republic.
Yes.
And just an example of how much the sport is growing. But there's an athlete, USA, homeborn, born and bred. And tell me a little bit about her, because she's one that could potentially get this gold medal here. Or she's one to watch, for sure.
She's one to watch. Yeah, that was Melissa Ruiz watching the route, watching her final route on the left. On the left we see big holes, red, big holes on the blue section of the wall. It's a route which is supposed to be something between 6C, 6C plus. And this is, by the way, this is the easiest final route that we have on the wall. Difficulties are adapted by the severeness of impairment. So those sport classes who have higher, more severe impairments, they get easier routes. And for sure those who have, let's say, are less limited, get way harder routes.
You say easier. We are talking about 6C, which is not easy for a lot of people.
No.
And we go all the way up to 8A in terms of grades.
Exactly.
That's
so
hard climbing,
Exactly. And 8A, that's the grade for those who just climb with one leg. So the leg amputee. So that's for you at home to try to go to your next gym and just use one leg on the next 8A that you can pick there. So that might give you a little idea of what's going on here.
There we go. Well, we are into this observation period right now. The athletes are trying to work out where to go. They're talking amongst their categories mainly, because there's not much point reading it between different categories because of the impairments. Everyone climbs these routes in a different way.
It is, and sometimes for me, for example, I cannot get that much of an idea from other athletes, as I have to find my complete own way, and it's the same for many other athletes as well. So depending on the type of impairment, you have to just observe on your own and find your own way and get your own idea on how to solve it.
can we talk briefly, because we speak about the athletes, because you're a regular in my commentary box, let's be honest, but we
Yes.
don't really talk about you too much. So what's your impairment, Sebastian?
So I have ankylosing spondylitis. This is a rheumatic disease. Inflammations in certain parts of the body lead to fixations. So I have a fixed spine and hip. So I only climb with my shoulders, and they are also limited. My elbows, my wrist, and then I have my knees and my ankles. That's everything. So it's like, imagine you strap together your knees with a sling, and then you put this sling around your head to bend you down, that you can just barely see the horizon. That's how I walk around, how I climb.
And rumour has it that you are cycling across Europe with a solar-powered car. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes. Well, we can talk about it now. Yes, the idea is I cannot ride normal bikes, so I started hand biking, which is, by the way, great training for climbing. I grew a lot on my shoulders, and I'm so much more powerful this season. Well, it didn't show in the results.
I was about to say, you're in the commentary box.
Yeah, I'm not climbing in finals. But the thing is, like in RP1, the density of performance is really high. It's getting higher every year.
Joking, you know.
Yeah, I know.
I know Sebastian for quite a long time. I can definitely take the mick out.
Oh,
of him.
yes.
A little.
And I know every time I meet you, the first sentence mostly is something like, please don't make finals.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you come across to me. But, okay, so you are cycling, for example, in the Innsbruck competition.
I will try to, yes. So I had the hand bike. I converted it to electric in order to build something which is capable of doing long distances and get the maximum range out of the combination of solar and electric power. So, and I want to take it to the next level and see how far I can get, and the IFSC competition is a perfect occasion to try to go to. So we'll see if I appear in Innsbruck with a solar hand bike.
See, I'm concerned.
Coming 1,000 kilometers from Spain.
But it worries me it's going to be cloudy and you won't turn up and be in my commentary box. What am I going to do then?
I charge from the grid, maybe.
there's a plug option.
I have it, yes.
Thank goodness.
It's just a question of ethics. Do I want to use it or not?
Definitely, Sebastian. I need you. Don't leave me hanging. Right, we're having a look at our finalists here as we're chatting in the background. With us is men's RP2 lead, and Benjamin Mayforth qualifying in third place there. It was his birthday. We sang happy birthday for him earlier on. You missed it, but it was great. Two American athletes here, Norwegian Dina Evik and Jasmine Plank, of course. One of the most decorated athletes, surely, in this collection, Austrian. So yes, this is the first series of athletes, and don't worry, Sebastian is going to have a bit of a break from the commentary box. We've got a few guests lined up, including, I hope, Mr. Tim Emmett, who's going to pop in and say hello. So we've got a few people, because Sebastian, I mean, he's got a life outside of this box, and also you're feeling not 100%, is that right?
Well, and I think it's also good to
to share the load.
Yes, exactly.
We're a couple of minutes away, everyone. And if you're watching this and you want to know the schedule for the last week or so, because it's been busy here in Salt Lake, we finished with the Able competition the other day. So we had the boulder for the men and women, and then we had the speed finals as well. We also have been having a series of workshops this week in the TC, the training centre. And there's a video of that coming out today as part of the highlights for this show. And we should talk about the Climbing Club. This is a show we produce every day of IFSC competitions, and the idea is to give a little bit back to you guys watching at home. So we have interviews, we have we have Alex Honnold climbing the final routes, for example. And then on the Para show that's coming out, we have clips from the working session and TC, and we also have a bunch of behind the scenes stuff with the para athletes, coaches and more. So do subscribe to the YouTube channel, because it's a good show. You saw a bit of it just now. You sneak previewed our editor working on it.
Yes, exactly, but I don't know the final result, so I will also have a look after.
Oh, there we go. Subscribe as well, Sebastian. You better be
I already did.
Thank goodness.
Many years ago.
Oh, so you're the gold membership.
Well, no, I would not say. I mean, I started competing in 2017. Paraclimbing competition started in 2011.
Oh, wow.
At that time, I was already climbing. I'm climbing since '98. But at that time, I was so severely impaired that I could not climb at that moment, not competitive. And to be honest, I was climbing a long time. I didn't know that paraclimbing exists, so I had to be found. And I know out there we have more paraclimbers who just don't know. Yeah. So once again, if you see someone, if you know someone, tell them. By the way, I got found by Yannick Ruder, so the bouldering athlete. Yeah. I met him and he saw what I do, and he's like, "Hey Seb, you know, actually there's a competition for you. Like, find a German team and go there. You belong to them."
Wow.
And it's 1 year later, I appeared on the competition stage for the first time, and then I knew, okay, this is my new home.
See, you got lucky, because you should generally never take suggestions from Jerne Kruder. That is the rule, but obviously you got okay.
Well,
You got lucky.
Jerne, he's not competing this year, and he's, I would say, like, he won an overall boulders title in, I think, 2018, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I was there
And-
in Munich.
And well, he gave me some really good advice at the beginning of my career. For example, he said to me, like, when you're on the wall, the most important, have fun. And that's something I remember until now. I always have it in my mind. And he said, like, you're not climbing against the others, you're climbing with the others. You're not against the goal, you're not climbing against the route, against the wall. You're climbing with that what's on there. And he has some, let's say, different insights on what he was doing there. And I think sometimes this is also, the secret to success.
Just with a little bit of competitiveness thrown in.
Yes,
You know, you still
for sure.
You still want to win.
Yeah, sure. But at the moment when you're there, you're alone. And it's you who can make the difference. And when I'm on the wall, I don't think about the others. I think about me, the moment, just the next step. And I focus in this moment, and all the rest doesn't care.
Yeah, it's good advice, that, for any climber, to be honest.
Yes.
Oh, see, words of wisdom from Sebastian here at Points. Now I think we're close to getting underway here, not quite sure. There's been a bit of a delay. And actually, Sebastian, while those ropes are hanging off on the left of our screen, we should talk about ropes, because there's a bit of a different rope setup in Parag. It's basically top rope, but there's double ropes.
Exactly. So for safety reasons, there's no lead climbing. For example, if you have an impairment on one side of your arm, it might get tricky to clip in an overhang. By the way, many paraclimbers do lead climbing, and they can do that. But it's not possible for everyone. For safety reasons, there is no lead climbing in paraclimbing, so we do it on top rope. And if routes are steep, or if there are traverses, we have this double top rope system. That means we have 2 ropes attached to the climber, and one is going to an anchor up on top of the route, and there's one lower anchor who catches the lower falls, and who also takes care that if an athlete falls and swings out, it's not crushing, for example, at the wall at the other side.
Okay, well, we'll see this in action in the set, because our first 2 athletes are out. František Rees from Czech Republic on the right of your screen. He was the gentleman we were talking about earlier, first Czech athlete to make a paraclimbing final. And then Manka Smreka
From Slovenia.
So she's underway. So Maranka is in women's RP3, and on the right, František is in men's RP3 as well. So
Exactly. Manka is climbing now in the RP3 sport class, but it's a merged sport class. She's coming from the AU3. AU means amputee upper limb. 3 means a very, let's say, a minor impairment. In this case, it's a finger impairment. She has on one side of her arm, she has not all the fingers. And it's a new sport class which was introduced last season. And it's nice to see them growing, and because before they were climbing together with RP3, this type of impairment, but our classifiers saw that, so those who take care of who's climbing which sport class, that are the classifiers, and they saw, okay, there's potential to have a new sport class, and makes sense to separate them, and that's what we did.
well, both athletes doing well at the moment. Remember, they're not against each other. It kind of looks a bit like they're against each other here, but they're not. Separate routes, separate difficulties. And František on the right from the Czech Republic, doing well, hesitating for the first time really. It's about 8A this route, and cruxy section here moving between these almost tufa-like structures. You'll be used to that climbing in Spain. And then on the left, that route is so complicated. It's like 3D. You kind of want to crawl inside some of that.
Exactly. I think there's potential to find some rest in there if you can work it out. The route starts with big jogs and gets more and more pumpy and more slopey towards the top. It's supposed to be something around 7A+. And in competition routes, it's always that a route starts easy and then gets harder and harder towards the top to separate. It's not like a normal gym route, which mostly has the same difficulty from bottom to top. These competition routes are very different.
František pausing here, he's on a giant jug on the right-hand side, but as you can see from this shot, up to crimps, and he's deciding on a different beater here, going out right with a right-hand drag, crossing through, and that's a big move for him.
Definitely, the volume really pulls him, pushes him out of the wall, and yeah, what must it be for feeling?
So we lose
Manka
on the left.
Yeah, what a feeling to be first finals, first climber opening this final round in the first paraclimbing World Cup of the season, presenting Czech here for the very first time in paraclimbing.
He's doing well as well. He's locking off this left crimp, trying to squat down on that left foot, but he just needs to get the body weight under to shake out. And I think he's looking to bring a palm or something up underneath.
Now he's thinking about which way to go and tries, but...
Oh, 3/4 way up. That's a good first run, and an idea of that this route definitely builds that 8-8.
Indeed, indeed. So the first climber out is the last one qualifying, so those who come after him have the better qualifying result, and we'll see how they perform, if they can get further on the route. Very interesting to see.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating. He's breathing hard here, our first athlete, and Manka as well. She fell about 3/4 way up that route on the left too. Now, in the next women's RP3 class, Laura Heaton not here, some issue with ISO, so we will skip straight to Mariana Diaz, who is on stage there. I think she won in Salt Lake last year, so she's defending her, I'm pretty sure anyway, I remember interviewing her, so defending her gold medal, I think. So there she is, from Brazil. Great to have Brazilians in the house. And then for the men, from also another Brazilian athlete, will be Igor Jean Mesquita. We'll stick with Marina as she climbs up.
Team Brazil together on stage.
No teammates, right? So, which always must be nice. I mean, you know the person you're walking out with at least, so you get a little bit, maybe, of a chance to relax or ease your way into it with a friend there. Unless they hate each other, in that case it's a terrible thing. You never know. Spreading drama here in the commentary room.
No, we don't.
I try sometimes. Got to stir the pot sometimes. So, Marina making quick work down low, nice and easy through the bottom.
Big jugs there on the volumes. The route setters were they tried to guarantee that no matter which side is infected from your impairment, the route is equal for everyone.
And that's hard to do. I mean, setters have a hard enough job anyway, but they've got to set multiple routes for multiple different impairments to make sure no one is unfairly penalised. So if you're complaining about boulder setters or lead setters, have an idea of how hard these guys are working. It's tough.
Definitely, definitely. And they try really hard to make it even for everyone. And they're trying to mimic us, for example, and they're climbing just with on one side with one hand and the other side just with the elbow, for example, or also visually impaired, in order to make sure that it really works. That, for example, moves are not too reachy here. That's why you see in this route the holes are quite close together. In women RP3, this is not that much of an issue, not at all, but as we just have 4 final routes, but more than 10, 14 or 15 sport classes climbing on the wall. 14.
Yeah.
That means that many sport classes have to share the same route, and it has to work for everyone.
Yeah, which is outrageous in terms of difficulty. So well done, setters. Working so far. Igor making his way up on the right of your screen there into the first of the cruxy sequences for the men. And then for the women, she's doing well here. Big moves, though, through this little change in angle on the wall. And a fall, yeah. Looked like for a second she was struggling there and does fall. But a knee bar in on the right-hand side as well. We knew that was there and possible, but he's used it well. And we stick with him as he makes his way upwards.
And just to confirm, Marina is the
She is,
current world champion. So
there we go. See, my brain worked
yes.
once. It's rare that, Sebastian, I tell you. I've only had 3 coffees as well. Big moves out. This is where the crux of this route is, this protruding spike-like thing And he's done quick work of it, moving very fast up towards the blocked crimp. This is where we saw the fall from the Czech athlete.
Yeah. Very interesting to see how he solves it. So, he's resting a different way with the lower right hand. Chalking up. Pretty good here with the left, blocking himself against the wall. Now switching feet and trying to get up.
Yeah.
But looking already a bit uncomfortable. Let's see how he can solve it.
Definite crux sequence. We saw Frantisek fall here as well. He goes too, but I think we should be slightly ahead due to count back depending on where the judges give him.
Yeah, it depends. If they give him the plus, so how does the ranking work, Matt?
The ranking, well, sir,
that.
I should talk about that, shouldn't I?
Yes.
So basically, you start at the bottom, you finish at the top. Every hold is worth a numerical score, as in like it adds up. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then you get a plus for using the hold, so going towards the next hold, moving the centre of mass and hands towards the next one. You can't just slap at it as you fall backwards. You've got to make a positive movement towards it.
Exactly. So sometimes if I know I'm not going to make it, I just do a, let's say, like jump in the direction of the next hold, just showing like, okay, please give me the plus.
Can't get away with that anymore, Sebastian. You got to be better. You got to go towards it. So now Nat Varel is out, loving the pink hair.
Yeah, it's sometimes that they can make a big decision. If you try just to do the jump to get the plus, or if you just let it go. So it's always remember, try to get the plus at the end.
And I think you want to challenge the judges. You kind of want to prove to them that you're making that positive movement and leave nothing to sort of interpretation.
Exactly.
But Nat seems to be struggling a little bit down low here. There are big moves under the undercling. But for the first time, we've seen an athlete really hesitate low down on this route.
Yeah, it can happen. I mean, you never know the personal condition in this moment at that time. Also, very important is that you get a good start in the route. Sometimes you just don't find the right rhythm in the route. I think it's always important that those first few meters work out in a good way, so that you feel comfortable, that you find your flow, and then continue. I mean, we had sometimes really seen athletes struggling in the first few meters, and that this will kick in your adrenaline so hard, and then it's really hard to like calm back down later and find the right flow, composure to perform in the best way.
And she seems to have recovered a little bit after that moment of hesitation, more positive now. And on the right, we haven't talked about him at all, have we? Luke Smith from Great Britain making his way pretty quickly through this route. I think that 8A definitely starts much easier and then suddenly cranks up the difficulty.
Exactly.
From here, from this jug, really. It's like a route of two halves.
Exactly. Luke Smith has a condition where he has limited flexibility in his left ankle. So if you compare his two legs, the left one is less developed than the other, and that leads to limited flexibility and ways he can use it. But so this is the RP3 category. Those impairments are mostly just minor. It's hard to spot. They are there, and the athletes have to be creative to find a way around it, to deal in the best way with that. And Luke Smith making great demonstration of what he's capable of doing here.
Yeah, both doing. Just to remind everyone, RP, neurological or physiological impairment. Look at this from Luke Smith, reaching up high, past the crux for the first time.
Exactly, and just making it look like there is no issue at all.
That falls on the left. It's all go suddenly. Things ramping up. Now this though, this spike. I looked at this and I was like, I want to climb that section. You know, it just looks so cool, so 3D.
Yeah, my first thought was, this is a good reason to take a helmet with you.
Yeah, the athletes can wear helmets. You do, don't you?
I
when
do,
you climb
yes.
now?
Exactly because of that. And some really need to, because, for example, they have had injuries or conditions where, like, they should not get a slap against their head in any way. So just to ensure that it's not gonna have like serious consequences. Some athletes wear helmets, and we see it later on in the finals. It's up to the athletes to decide on what they need there. And I, for example, also use it in order not to get into bad interaction with the ropes.
Yeah, because there's more ropes in action.
Yes.
Athletes can get tangled up sometimes. Obviously, the B-layers, especially the team down there right now, fist bumps all around, they do an incredible job. Ty there on the right is one of the foremost experts in belaying. He was doing workshops during the World Champs, and yeah, the whole team though down there is, and Tim as well. Should shout him out there on your screen. Just a very experienced belay crew.
Exactly, and they're doing a great job. It's they have to take care big time, and belaying with the double top rope system is not. It's different. Belayers are giving always a bit of slack so that there's no like help or interaction from the rope, but they also have to make sure that if someone falls low, that no one touches the ground. We have mats here to ensure that if someone, for example, just falls from the first hold, not getting injured.
And they're good mats. It's nice. This is Tadishi Takano from Team Japan. Team Japan brought a massive squad to this
yes.
comp.
Oh yes, oh yes. Big team, always a very strong team. Not just an able body, also in paraclimbing. Climbing quickly through the first moves here.
I have a story about the Japanese visually impaired team, which I'll say when they come out. Let's just say Thailand, and they kicks my ass. Okay, but we'll talk about that later.
Okay.
Right, Tadishi, just to tempt you in if you're listening. On the massive holds down low, it's like a sort of bucket, and look at the athleticism as he springs his way through that opening sequence. Zero hesitations, positive climbing.
Also, like Luke Smith climbing before, Tadashi has a left leg impairment. He had cancer in his knee, and due to that, he has limited power and coordination in his left leg now. So he always tries to solve the problems with his right good side, and
yeah, you can see a little bit the awkwardness with that left leg. You know, it doesn't bend in the same way as the one on the right.
Exactly.
And you just have to make. I mean, look, I say that as he whacks the heel.
Yes.
Look, you know, clearly proving me wrong. But you know, it's those kind of impairments the athletes just have to sort of deal with. I mean, it's the lot you've got, and they climb to such a high level. It's incredible what they can do with the impairment.
Exactly. So he uses it, but he has not the full range as he has with the right side. So Tadashi taking a little rest there because before he does a jump. So precise.
Yeah, he's like a little a tiger out there. He just springs towards the holds. It's really good to watch, actually. I'm learning a bit from this. This dynamic style is great to see. And cruising through the crux as well. What crux?
The first crux.
Doesn't appear to be there for him. This is good work from Tadashi. At the moment, looking like the one to beat. Out last, of course, so qualifying in first for this position, and he might be climbing himself into a gold medal here. He's very close now.
He is. Now taking a little rest there. You see him breathing hard.
That's a great shot. He wants the crowd behind him.
For support.
There we go. Thumbs up. And clearly an athlete who's feeling relaxed.
Definitely. I'm just wondering if you could just climb behind it and do some kind of shoulder jamming, resting there.
He's having a look, isn't he?
Yes.
Yeah. I know what you mean.
Yeah. I'm sure you could block your hip somewhere there, somehow.
Well, he kind of shoved a hip in there a little bit to make the move, but not. I know what you're talking about. Right, well, he's above it now. He can't go underneath it. He's got to commit to the moves. And when he's nearing the top as well of this 8-8. Now, this is hard, though. A blocked sort of side pull. I did ask whether you can jam it. The setters just shook their head, so you crack aficionados. It's not one of those, but he's one move away. Left hand up, just needs to bring his foot up. Matches. That is our first top.
And there he is.
The winner. Tadashi takes victory. Great work from him. And have you got confirmation of the women's results for RP3, Sebastian? I know you've got I'm asking you because you've got the computer out and you're looking very technical over there, whereas I'm a chaotic mess surrounded by paper. But if you could just check who won women's RP3, please.
I'm on my way.
So right, Sebastian, like a second. That's brilliant. I need you in my everyday life. Tadashi hops down. You can see that left leg bending there. Fist bumps, awesome from him. And a big smile, exhausted, happy athlete out on the mat. Right, who is when? Oh, he's got it for me. Nat Varel. There we go. Thanks, Sebastian. Thank goodness you're here, keeping me straight. 45 plus was Nat's score. Marina Das after that. Oh, there we go. Results as we speak. Tadashi taking the top with the top. And good work from him. And for the women, Sebastian found it before our team could. Nat Varel on the top spot. Marina Diaz and Manka Smith. wrecker after that 32 plus. Right, first 2 categories done, Sebastian. How's the voice?
And
all right?
first top of the day.
Yes.
That's exactly what the route setters want to see. They said, like, we want to see 4 tops today. So
Well, look, we're straight
first
away
done.
into the Emily Sealfront. Say it again?
Sail in front.
Sealfront, thank you. Underway for Team USA. So tell me a bit about, well, RP2. So RP category we know, but 2 is the level of impairment.
Yeah, the level of impairment is higher here. So they're climbing on the very left line, which is supposed to be something around 60 plus.
Yeah.
So this route is demanding, but has lots of features here. Solid overhang, big holds, but she's already struggling and falling, sadly.
It's so awkward through that because the volumes push you backwards away from the wall.
Exactly. So it's the route setters this way also make sure that once this route is campused, for example, by those who are wheelchair based.
Manikandan Kumar, who's, I love saying his name, it's awesome. He's on the right, he's underway in the background as Emily gets back in the chair, gets unbelayed, and she will leave the stage.
So talking about Manikandan, he's one of our really old and experienced athletes. Old meaning he's climbing now in the IFC paraclimbing circuit for 13 years. He started in 2012. Wow.
See, we say veteran or experienced. Old just makes you sound old. People call me old. No,
experienced.
Yeah, no one's ever said that. Man, you're experienced. No, I'm old.
It's he's one of those who were there from almost the very beginning. We started with IFC paraclimbing in 2011, and Manikandan has been at so many competitions. He has seen a lot.
Well, he's up on the wall. Melissa Ruiz comes on. We talked about her earlier. She's defending her crown as well from last year, and she will get tied on and ready to go.
Melissa has a CP, mostly affecting her legs, so she will show us an impressive climbing style with brutal force.
Brutal force, I like this, he's selling it to me here. Now remember, Manikandan is up on the wall on the right.
And here we see Melissa taking the last moments of preparation. Athletes have, by the way, 40 seconds from the moment we get tied in before we have to start on the route. So in this moment it's time to take a deep breath, look at the route, and you just start. As I said, brutal force is the climbing style of Melissa, and there you see what she's doing. Legs, optional for the first few movements. Now taking a short rest and orientation in the route, and now starting with the more overhanging part.
Okay, well, she's underway through this section. I love the way the route setters have created this sort of thing to stand on for them here.
Exactly, they did it, they told us, in order for those who are campusing the route, a bit like pushed off the wall, that no one's banging his knees against the wall.
Well, there is Manikandan, good to see him, about halfway up, nearing the head wall actually of the wall here, so hard pulls off her left hand. And Ruiz campusing her way through.
That's what I said, brutal force. Now she's using the legs. As she has CP, she has very limited control over her legs, so she has to find a way. And sometimes it's just quicker to campus instead of sorting out the legs, especially if it's overhanging.
Absolutely. Well, we flick between cameras, and Manikandan keeps climbing on the right, and Ruiz, I mean, I'd say resting, but it's not very restful. Look, immediately cuts
now
loose.
She looks, okay, I take the next one, and campus again, and the next one.
She's looking to swing her leg back in somehow, but the right is better for her, for sure.
Taking a little rest this way, chalking up again.
Oh, Manikandan falls from the top, but a good first climb. Remember, he's the first athlete out on RP2, men's RP2, so we'll have to wait and see with that score. Melissa Ruiz, though, one-handed, just dangling above the crowd, about 12 meters up here on this wall.
He's looking so relaxed, hanging there, just grabbing for the next hold. Incredible. Now taking a swing, trying to get the leg on the volume down below.
But the core required to lift her legs up through that, it's going to be burning her out a bit.
Definitely, but she still looks so relaxed.
Well, she's looking right towards the jug, wraps the hand back and deep into that orange hold, cuts loose one-armed again as she swings above the crowd. And she'll have a little look for the next hold, little adjustments with the left, bumps around the corner. And Now she needs to do a big swing, which she does again. How has she got the shoulders for this? But now it's a one-armer, basically, Sebastian, right up over that lip.
Definitely trying to match, but that's going to get tricky. She has to get her right hand a bit further to the right. Now trying to get the leg in place.
Oh, she's really starting to struggle here. She tries to find some kind of purchase. That left foot can't again. And I think she just needs to bump and go here, but the energy will be draining away from those arms, and she does fall.
What a performance.
That was a good effort there. Right, so we are 2 done for women's RP2.
Yeah, Melissa can be so proud of her, and she's not just doing competition climbing, she's also doing a lot of things outside, trying to do big wall climbing.
Wow.
And other adventures. So
really? How big wall? We're talking Yosemite big wall?
Yes.
Whoa.
Yes. You can look it up. She's done really lots of impressive stuff, and there are more paraclimbers who do not just do climbing on artificial walls. So Philip, for example, Rosaki from Team Germany, my teammate and friend, also one of us who does a lot of outdoor climbing. I, for example, also do a lot of, mostly I just train outside because of the availability of gyms.
Philip looks a little bit nervous here. What's his general approach? How does he sort of take these competitions?
Philip, you have to know, has a past as a climber. He was also in the German able-body selection, and he had a car accident. He was climbing up to 9A+ in the past.
Wow. And
he had a car accident, and well, he could have died actually, but luckily he survived and has a serious neurological impairment and found his way to deal with it, and is here on stage with us. Meanwhile, on the left,
that is Dina Evik
from Team Norway.
Yeah, she's out of the chair, onto the wall, and again, this structure down low, just creating this pillar at the beginning. But she's easy. I mean, it is ladder-like down low, let's be honest, but it can throw you off a bit as an athlete when suddenly there's a 3D3 when you expect a vertical wall.
Definitely, it can. It can be confusing for the first few moves, and but you could sit on top, but no one does so far.
Not yet. It's quite low down to have a sit, but I would if I was out there.
Sure, yeah, why not?
Exactly. Photographer's dream. Right, Philip is doing well, cruising through the bottom. Nice positive moods from him. I presume you were in the Airbnb this morning, wherever you're staying. Did you have breakfast with that man?
I did.
What was his breakfast choice here? I want to dish the dirt on the athletes for you, Sebastian.
The secrets of the German team is the secret of the German team.
Right, so there is a secret. All right, we're going to get to the bottom.
No, everyone chooses whatever he likes. So we have fixed roles in our team. So we have someone who's responsible for cooking. He will appear later on stage, by the way. So it's an AL2.
But look how fast he's doing these moves between the crims. I mean, he's barely paused. And on the left, but now he pauses.
Loses the left leg.
Was that more of a
I think
slip?
It was a foot slip. Yeah, foot slip with the left and then loses it.
Philip goes. So we stick with Dina here, who's wrestling her way around this big volume. Trying to get something back with that right toe and a very high right foot as well, almost jamming it between the holds. This is so awkward for an athlete, this.
Definitely, and sometimes those volumes are really in your way.
Yeah. Pushing it back. She's got the rope to deal with. You can see the rope pushing between her pinky finger. Not
between
ideal.
the fingers, not ideal, not at all.
So she's got to flick the hand and slide out. I think just too much went on there at the same time for her to deal with, and that was it.
And pretty pumped.
Yeah.
Pretty sure at that time already.
Right, we make our way through, halfway through men's RP2. 4 athletes competing in there, and then almost at the end of women's RP2. Just Jasmine Plank to come out for them. So do let us know if you're watching back home. Sebastian next to me is on Instagram. You can check out his Instagram on the IFSC channel or my channel, so you can check him out, give him a follow while you're here. And there is Jasmine Plank rolling her way on from the right of the screen. Bit of a pre-workout going on there.
Warm-up, I would say.
I hope she is, but don't get pumped down there.
Mats and wheelchairs are never a good combination, so good that the volunteers are helping here.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to get pumped before you start the route.
Absolutely right. Jasmine, jacket off, business time for her. She's ready to go. Meanwhile, climbing for the men is Benjamin. So happy birthday, Benjamin. 30 years old today. Doesn't look a year past 29.
Let's see if he can make himself a podium as a birthday present today.
Yeah, what a prize that would be. Gold medal on your birthday, and Benjamin more than capable of doing it as well.
Definitely, but he did not qualify as the best. There's still one coming after him. So let's see what Benjamin is capable of doing here.
He was telling me missing ribs on his right-hand side means that he's just got slightly more limited motion on the right. This route now will traverse over to the left, though. But this is the cross-through section, and there are endless cross-throughs on this route. Look at this, no feet.
Solved it easily. So Benjamin has the spina bifida and leads to, let's say, limited flexibility in his legs and also spine, limited strength. And that's what the RP categories: limited range, power, or movement, or sometimes a combination of all of that. So impairments can be very different, but we all compete together on a comparable level, and it's interesting to see in which way the athletes are going to solve it. Each one has a slightly different way to do it, and that makes it really interesting.
Yeah, and Jasmine Plank is approaching this cruxy sequence here on the right of your screen. Benjamin made his way easily through the cross-throughs, but he's got more to come, as you can see. And Dina Jasmine working her way up here. Little swing of the legs. This is where things start to get problematic, though, because you've got to get those feet and your waist over this section, which she is doing well. She's got a little knee in there as well for a second. And Benjamin almost climbing out of our screen on these pinches towards the top of the wall, cruising his way upwards. Look at this, good skills from the birthday man. Near the top as well. And you can hear the crowd getting behind the USA athlete. He's a move away. Are we about to see a top from Ben?
Come on, Ben.
Oh, it's a big dyno, not quite. So one move away from Benjamin Mayforth, which might be enough.
What a performance. Happy birthday, Benjamin.
I think he'll take that as a birthday gift, but he'll have a nervous wait with Ivan to go. Meanwhile, we stick with Jasmine Plank, who is still going.
Jasmine, take a little rest there. It's overhanging, definitely, but she seems to get some rest out of it. Now continuing.
Yeah, these matches, it's not too bad here, but you've got another awkward volume coming up where you've got to make your way around it again. And it is tricky, this sequence. Left toe digging, that right leg shaking. You can see the effort up with the left hand.
So Jasmine has to deal with spasticity and serious neurological condition which affects the legs, almost the whole body. And now she told me now it even starts to be more severe on her hands and arms.
She falls over the lip of the head wall, waves goodbye, and I think that is the win. That's more than enough for her. She's I'm pretty sure it's the high point on that one. But we'll get confirmation in a sec because we're through the end of the women's RP2. Ivan to go for men's RP2 from Spain, the last athlete out on that tricky 8A route. We'll see that in a sec. Now, if you are just joining us, well, we're a couple of categories into our paraclimbing comp here in Salt Lake City. New venue, new gym, and it's been a spectacle so far. Really enjoying the climbing. And so far, good routes, not really unfavouring anyone. And this is Ivan here. And again, one of our more veteran, perhaps.
Ivan making progress on the first meters of the route. You see on the left the lower anchor, the lower top rope. And so he already passed that point. The lower rope is going to catch him if he swings to the back, if he falls. It's the double top rope system we were talking earlier about, to prevent big swings and also ground falls in the very beginning of the route. That's the system which is just used in paraclimbing, so it's something when you're new to competitions you have to train a bit and to get used to it in order not to tangle yourself up, or for example pass the first anchor in the wrong way and then really block yourself.
All right, so he is climbing his way through. Oh my goodness, where are we now? We're on different categories. So this
now
is
it's RP1 men starting.
So Glenn Todd. Now
from Team Australia. Also his first appearance in a comp.
Yeah, and I chatted to him in isolation about that left shoulder, because you can see how heavily taped it is. He did kind of hurt it during qualies on Route 1. took a lot of painkillers, did route 2, and I said, well, you just don't worry about it for the finals. He was like, nope, I'm going to forget about it and I'll deal with the pain later on. So fair play.
With a big smile on his face.
He might pop in and say hello after his run as well, so we can chat to him, hopefully.
Yeah, Glenn has also CP, cerebral palsy, affecting his right side, so he has less coordination and power on that side, so meaning the steering commands from the brain are not arriving there where they should. And this way he has to do way more with his left side. And another example for someone who is obviously climbing on a high level and now being introduced to park climbing. A long way coming from Australia here to the US.
It is. So I'm just looking at his rope, Sebastian. I'm slightly concerned it's kind of twisted, but he might.
Yeah.
He's just a little bit entwined in that. So that's what you were talking about, this rope management thing.
Exactly. That's.
I think he sorted it out better now. Anyway, keep an eye on Ivan as well on the right, because he is motoring up this route onto the pinches at the top. Big drop knee as well.
Exactly. My rule for the rope is like Ivan, always try to keep the upper rope in between your arms.
Now this is nearing the point where Benjamin fell, this move. So if he can top it out, he's going to take gold. In fact, if he just makes his move, he's going to take gold. At least he gets the plus for it. Oh, what
he sticks it.
That's massive.
That should be the gold medal for him.
Celebrating at the top. Ivan will win gold, just beating Benjamin Mayfield, who couldn't top that route out. And if he had, countback would have counted. Okay, Glenn has sorted that rope out now, all good as he moves through, but this section we know from the women's is probably the hardest series of moves. Shakes out with that sore shoulder he has there, you can see the strapping on it.
Glenn told me, depending on this event, he decides on if he wants to try to get to the other events this season. And I would say, Glenn, you have to come.
Yeah, Arco, I mean, come on, the pizza and ice cream available then at the end of the year.
Exactly, and the last World Cup of the year, Arco, is also its history, because this is where it all began in 2011. And then we would come back to the place where it all started.
We're looking forward to that. Right at the end, as you say, it's Sebastian. Well, he reaches up high into a good jug with the left hand, but looking a little bit fatigued as he hangs on that left arm.
As his right side grabbing up. That's the part of his body where there's less coordination and strength. Already struggling a bit, but motoring on to the next hold. Come on, Glenn. Losing feet, but sorting it out. Now trying to get the next thing dialed in, but big hold there, but steep overhang.
Yeah, and it's an issue with, he's got his feet in, he's hanging off on two good jugs, but from here on, you've just got to launch and go. Maybe struggling here a bit.
With the feet, trying to get the best position there.
Oh, he makes a move though. Up with the left hand, got to match it, which he does. Maybe he was just pausing to get a little bit back down low, which hopefully he's done now, because this is good work from Glenn. Scrunches his body into the corner, pressing between the volume and the blue wall. And he's almost sitting, isn't he, on that hold? That right?
Yeah, he's blocking it with his right leg a bit. I hope he can get some rest out of it. It's always, when you have those big holds and features, there are always options that you have to search for.
Well, he didn't quite find enough to get back.
But that was a pretty solid performance for the first climber out in the sport class. So the next ones following have to get there first.
He didn't seem intimidated, did he? His first World Cup done and dusted. Let's have a look at the men's RP2 results. Ivan, we saw him top out the route. Stunning stuff from him. Benjamin Mayfield, the silver medal on his birthday. That'll have to do. And your teammate Philip in third place, and Manikanden in fourth. And for the women's, Jasmine Plank with 50 plus, easily ahead of Dina Evick for silver, and Emily after that for the bronze medal on 33. So that's some of the results so far. And that's our crowd, and good to see a big crowd here in the climbing wall. As I said, this is a new location this year. We're right up in the foothills of the mountains, the snow-covered mountains here in Salt Lake City, which has been, I mean, it's been cold, Sebastian.
I've seen snowflakes every day here.
I only last night worked out how to turn the heating on in my room.
Okay.
So I've been freezing for about 4 days. And it wasn't complicated, let me just make it clear. It was a one switch that I didn't press, but you know, I'm a fool. Right, Takua
Okada from Team Japan. He has a neurological condition which affects his brain, so he has then less motor control and strength in the whole body. He told me it depends also on the day and the conditions, if it's worse or if you can handle it in a better way. But the thing is, Takuya is one of those athletes where you think after 5 meters, oh, this is gonna end soon, he's starting to shake, but then he goes on.
Yeah, I've had a
So
few of
don't
those.
be too worried.
I do. I worry every time I see an athlete like that. It terrifies me. So, no, you've warned me though, so I can calm
Yes.
myself down a little bit.
Exactly. So Takuya getting around the first volume there.
It's interesting what you said about good days and bad days. So it's worth remembering that these paraclimbers, not every day is the same for them.
Exactly. Sometimes it depends on could you get enough rest? How did you sleep? What's the temperature? Right? There are temperature-dependent impairment levels, which makes things very complex.
Yeah, very complex.
And sometimes you're climbing in bright sun,
Mm-hmm.
and then, I mean, when I landed here, everything was covered in snow a few days ago.
Yeah.
Now it's 20 degrees outside.
Well, yes. I mean, it's still fairly chilly out there, but you are right. But I mean, look,
In
we're
the sun.
indoors, so we're regulated in here. But yeah, the travel back and forth. I mean, there's a lot going on, isn't there?
Exactly.
Takua wrapping those hands around. He did look a bit shaky down low. Seems to have settled into it now. It's that right foot across, the left foot standing on that big tubular-like hold.
You see already a bit this shaky movement style that he has, but don't worry, he will go on.
Endurance for days for this man. A little bit of drop knee with the left, gets the hand up. Really steep section here, as you can see. Leaning way back above our crowd. Good work from him, just mid-sole in, gets a right leg flagging out on the right. Good battle from Takua.
Getting a little rest there in the place, checking out, not thinking cross through.
That's a hard cross through, isn't it? Gotta make room for your hand and arm as he unwraps and goes right. That's not a great hold he's on there. Better to come if he can cross through once more. Or bump the right hand maybe.
Sorting out the legs a bit further to the right, and now let's see, he matches, and the next one should be way better.
Yeah, can't hang around here. There's not a lot of rest to be had until you get up onto the more vertical section. Takua searching for a left foot, can't find it, needs to get the right up instead. Looks for the higher one, he's not on anything at the moment, just a smear, now gets it on the jib. Crosses high above his head, wrapping that arm in, but this is tricky for him, he's having to really fight.
But getting there, there's still some way to go to match the result of Glenn. But Takuya is on the way.
Yeah, he's through that bulge now. You just hope you've got enough in the arms to make another couple of moves, and he will sort of be able to have a brief pause, a shakeout at least.
So Takuya is the only climb on the wall now. 2 more coming from the sport class. RP1 is the impairment in stability, range and power. It can be to different conditions, neurological, physiological.
He falls going up to the purple hold, started to struggle once he got through the overhang, had to keep going. And yeah, I don't think that's as high as Glenn's, so Glenn in the top spot at the moment.
Let's wait for the result.
Yeah,
The officials.
Yeah, because results can be appealed, remember,
And sometimes we might miss something.
how dare you suggest such a thing? I don't think I've ever missed anything in my life. So I've definitely made some mistakes in my time, so you are right,
The best
Sebastian.
I remember, I assigned the gold medal to the wrong person.
Did you?
On stream,
Oh,
yes.
wow.
Forgot that someone else will follow after.
Mate, it's easy to do, but I've done similar climbers, don't you worry. And I'm meant to be the professional as well. You're an athlete. Well, Tequila is done. We're halfway through men's RP1. Alois from France, Alias Potier, is out next. 2 to go for that category.
And in the meantime, we have confirmation that we lost Takuya before Glenn. That means
So
first World Cup for Team Australia, RP1, Glenn Todd, and also the first medal.
Oh yeah, guaranteed a bronze, right?
Yes, guaranteed bronze at least, depending on the other 2 starters to come out. So here we see Alois Potier from Team France. Alois is also quite new to the competition scene, not competition in general. He's already competing for many years on national level, but appearing in the last season for the first time and dominating the RP1, definitely. So let's see how Alois.
Yeah, he's underway on
Starting.
this pillar.
Alois is also one of those with a neurological impairment which affects the whole body, with limited motor control and strength.
How do you judge something like that in terms of classification? It must be tricky.
The classifiers, yeah, that's a very good question. The classifier have defined for different types of impairment, different testing catalogs. So the athletes have to perform tests, and based on those testing results, they assign the sport class. Also, there's not just an assessment with our medical experts. After the assessment with the classifiers, those athletes are observed during the competition. And there our classifiers see if the level or type of impairment that they assessed before, with bench tests, etc., matches with that what they see on the wall. So if you, let's say, want to be creative and pretend something in the assessment with the classifiers, trust me, our classifiers
They'll find you.
can find drastic measures, and that can go up to disqualifying you after the qualification session.
There we go. Serious stuff.
And we have seen that. Not in this competition, but it happened. Also, it can happen just that classifiers just missed something, or an impairment just appears in a different way on the wall than it did in the tests before. Also, because those rules in classification, they are made on a desk aside the competitions, right? And in competitions, you always see new athletes coming to the field, and you see new types of impairment, new forms of impairment.
Sorry, hang on. What are you talking here? Look at this high heel from Alois here, because he's been good with the heels, but loses it for a sec
and
there.
keeps it. Wow, incredible.
He's trying to get that heel back in. This is
Wow.
really on the edge for him.
There
Stretching
you
up high.
see his problems with coordination, but never mind. He just goes for it.
That was a real moment for him there. But that heel, it was so high. I think it might have been an error, but he managed to pull it, save it from the brink of.
For him, maybe it was the only solution that he can do, because he said, okay, the lower right, for example, the foothold, if he said if that's too far out to the right for him, then this is the only way for him to go. So for us, it might look like he missed something, but maybe this is just a solution for him.
Very good point, yeah.
So in paraclimbing, sometimes it's hard to judge if something was wrong or right, or did he miss something. And Alois is trying to cross through here.
Oh, again, another really
There you
awkward
see his
move.
coordination issues, but never mind. He just tries the other way.
But
Oh, that's
thing is
actually a
going-
foothold.
Yeah, exactly. He
No,
tried to go
switching
back.
hands. Almost losing it. Alois now being at 37, the ranking you see on the left.
Yeah, got to get to 44 plus. That was a real fight. He's doing some
Yeah,
incredible
showing
moves.
also the performance from Glenn up there.
Second place though now for Alois Potier. Reaches up high with the right hand. Seems to have recovered a bit from those 2 moments we saw down low.
Now looking down to the crowd.
43, he's nearing his high point.
Talking means thinking, as I tend to say.
Yeah, very true. And this could be provisional gold for this man if he makes a couple more moves. Look at the scoreboard, 44, got to make that plus, and now it is the gold for him with 1 to go.
Provisional gold.
Exactly, yeah, it's not guaranteed. Big reach around that volume.
With my teammate Corbinian following after, but let's focus on Alois for the moment.
Sebastian's already got his bets in here. All right, big moves through the volume. He's nearing the head wall. This is another tricky, crutchy section as you make the transition in angle here. Feet underneath you can't really see them. It's hard to find. Searches for that right hand. It's somewhere. That's all he's on, that small crimp. You can see those fingers. Great shot. Gradually unwrapping. Loses the right foot again.
Come on, Alois.
Drama here. He needs to somehow get a left on something, make a big move, but no, falls.
Loses the hand on the left. But what a fight and what a performance.
That was everything there. He gave us a huge amount of exciting moments out on the wall, and he'll be lowered down. And provisional gold. Right, your teammate then, coming
At
up
least
next.
silver.
At least silver for him. So, I mean, clearly you've got your bets in for your teammate. Is this his style of wall?
No, it will be very interesting to see because Corbinian and Alois never competed against each other before because Corbinian had to pause the last season for health reasons. He recovered and he's back now this season. Corbinian's competing already also for many years, many medals, many titles. And he's in good mood.
Thumbs up to the crowd.
That's Corbinian. Corbinian, by the way, he had an accident. A car drove over him, and because he slipped on ice.
Agnes, he slipped on ice.
Yes.
Fell into the road, and a car drove over him.
Exactly.
Horrendous.
He survived, and he's someone he's a lucky guy. He's always a smile, always a joking, and he's one of those examples where I say, like, no matter what happens, he just moves on, and that's it. Life has adventures for us, and it depends on what you answer to that.
Very true. See, Sebastian in the commentary box giving us words to live our life by here. Well, his teammate is underway, and he's got to get high up on this wall to take that gold away from Alois Potier. Glenn Todd still in silver medal provisional place, guaranteed at least a bronze from his first World Cup.
Yeah, let's go back to the philosophical part with Sebastian in the commentary box, you know. The thing is, if you have an impairment, you have lots of time to think about these things. And one of the things which comes up mostly is like, okay, what is this up for me? What does it mean? Why is it me? What am I going to do with this? And every one of us has to think about that and to find a way with that. And the athletes we see here have great answers to that. And I always say, like, they are all winners just because they are here. Because they've gone through so much. Impairments, accidents, diseases, sometimes also war, terrorism, which leaves traces on those people. And yeah, they decided to move on, to keep climbing, or to start climbing, and now they're here on stage.
Yeah, he's got a crux to come, hasn't he, in this section here? Really
Exactly.
Pushing him backwards on the wall. Well, thank you for your wise words, Sebastian. I feel like we need a podcast or something with you. You can inspire us.
I'm always open to that.
Of course you are. Well, he's got some tricky moves to come, though, and resting well before he launches into this sequence because he needs something in the arms.
Corbinian looked confident on the way around this bulb volume there. Taking a little rest there. By the way, Corbinian, you see him, he uses 2 chalk bags for the simple reason as his limited flexibility on the back would not allow him to have 1.
Plus, we've seen a lot of people drop chalk bags. It's a backup, just in case.
Yeah,
Tell
maybe that's the
idea. She needs to do this. Vita Lucan last year.
The backup chalk bag.
Right, you've got to do it.
Maybe something that able-bodied climbing can learn from power climbing. Have a backup chalk
Happened
bag.
twice to Vita Lucan last year, so it can. I think it's smart. I might adopt this as a method.
My solution would be attach it to the harness and not using the extra loop, by the way.
That's a genius idea.
But many people don't do it.
No,
I, for example, I don't like it to have this extra sling around my...
He's in provisional bronze here, 43. So up on the podium, and maybe for the first time looking a bit tired.
Corbinian is also one of them who has endless power and endless endurance. As his impairment affects his coordination, he might look in trouble, but he actually is not.
Second place, silver medal.
And as I said, it will be very interesting to see how Alois and Corbinian are in terms of performance in comparison.
He's got this bulge to come. He's very close to taking the gold medal, though. A couple moves. He won't know how close he is, though, but the crowd will give him some indication as they roar him up here. We wait for the score to be updated. He must be now, and yes, he is. That's gold medal. Sebastian's won his money back, but he just falls there on 52. but enough for the gold. Congratulations, good bet that one, Sebastian.
Yeah, but it's a safe bet with Corbinian. If you look up his competition results, world champion many times, many World Cup wins, many podiums. I think if I look back in his history, only 3 times he did not make it.
Now, is he, hang on, we're looking at him lying here. Is he okay?
Yes, he's okay, and you see the smile on his face. He is a happy guy. As the camera zooms in, he's asking himself, hey, what did I do there? But trust me, he's fine, he's just exhausted.
Yeah, we do sometimes see that when para-athletes come off the wall through various reasons. Don't panic if you're watching at home.
Now getting fist bumps, and congratulations from the team. There you see the coaches. On the left, Christoph Reichert, our coach, and on the left, you see one of the able-bodied coaches, by the way, who assists here and is here with the other athletes. And
confirmation here. There he is, Corbin Frank, gold with 52, Alois Partier, and then Glenn Todd, first World Cup, getting the bronze to Cure after that. Now, Sebastian, I know you wanted to do up to this point and then go and have a little bit of a break. We've got Tim Emmett. We're searching for Mr. Tim Emmett, so if you stay with me a little bit longer.
I will stay until we have the next one here. So right. Corbinian taking gold after his season pause last year. And meanwhile, we see the next group of athletes. Now we'll start with the visually impaired climbing. So women B1, B2, B3, and we have men B2 and B3 and men B1. So 3 different sport classes competing now on stage. Our visually impaired climbers, they have, in comparison to all the other climbers, have so-called sight guides, meaning they have radio headsets and a guide on the ground who gives them instructions on where to go.
Now, there are a couple of things that have changed with this category in terms of rules. One is that in the past, there's been different sight guides for multiple athletes. Now we only have 1 sight guide per athlete for obvious reasons, so information can't be passed on. And also technology seems to have caught up with us because everyone has to use a radio mic now. There's no more shouting up at the wall, Sebastian.
Exactly. That's bad for the sensation, but it's good for the athletes because now then you don't get distracted if you have multiple vision impaired athletes climbing at the same time. So we had to move on there. That's why we enforced the rules.
It was time, let's be honest.
It was time, yes. And I say we because I'm in the paraclimbing commission at the IFSC. I'm chair of the commission and, so to say, directing and helping with the development of the sport. So I'm the one who takes all the feedback and all the things together in the commission. We have athlete representatives, we have coaches representatives, we have route setters, we have classifiers, and we have experts. And we all together, we see what's happening in our sport, and we then give directions, give recommendations, and trying to make the next step with the sport and bring us on the road, hopefully, to LA 28, the Paralympic Games.
Fingers crossed for that. We will know fairly soon. And right now we're watching the sight guide and the athlete. You can see literally kind of guiding the movements, trying to get the body positions, the hand sequences into their memory, their consciousness somehow. And of course, this sport, it's almost like a team element in visually impaired climbing, because you do have to have a very close relationship with your sight guide. You have to trust them, number one, and you have to make sure that they help you through the routes, and that's a lot of responsibility. I wouldn't want to be a sight guide.
The sight guide has to be climber for sure, and also be able to climb the routes because he has to read the routes. And I think you can only read a good route if you can also climb it. Read the moves and then explain it to your athlete. You have to know the athlete and to know what are his preferences, what are his capabilities. If you cannot do a split, you cannot ask him to do one, right?
True,
for example, just a very basic example.
And we have some classics. I mean, Showaita, for example. Oh, I can tell my visually impaired Japanese paraclimber.
Oh,
story.
yes.
So I was in Thailand over Christmas time, climbing Tonsai Beach, which is an amazing place to go climbing. Japanese team were there, the visually impaired athletes.
Really?
Destroying the beach. Like it was outrageous what they were doing. Like some of my mini projects they were doing. Like, hard. I mean, I'm not saying I'm climbing up, but they were trying 8B routes. They were on roofs. The lock-off ability of some of these. And this is lead climbing. Lead.
Yes. I know.
There was no real guidance. There was no radios out there. And
Imagine you're leading a route and you don't see the quick draw where
exactly.
you're going to.
Or the next holds. Like
It's not that the quick draw is around the corner and you cannot physically see it.
Yeah.
Because it's hidden. No.
It's scary enough
You don't
as it
see
is.
where you are, what you do, and where you go.
Exactly. Well, look, Sebastian, on the end of that story, we're going to swap you out for at least a bit because we have Tim Emmett in the commentary box. So, Sebastian, thank you as always for joining me.
You're welcome.
Maybe you can pop back if you get bored later on and say hello. All right, mate. I'll see you soon.
I'll be around.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, well, I am back in the commentary box with a gentleman who doesn't really need any introduction, but I'll introduce him anyway, because in the commentary box is Tim Emmett. Tim, first of all, tell us a bit about yourself. Pro athlete, pro climber, and a variety of genres.
Hi there, Matt. It's a real pleasure to be here. I've not been to a para competition before, and it's a whole new world for me. I'm here with Ellie Rubin. I'm mentoring her for this year, so I've been doing my homework about the different styles here and the different groups as well. So my background, I've been climbing for 35 years, and I've been a professional climber with Mountain Hardware for 25 years. I've put up ice climbs and rock climbs all over the world. I've written a book, and I've competed in the Ice Climbing World Cup many years ago. Got on the podium a few times, but I love adventure, and I love so many different styles of climbing, you know, from deep water soloing to going up mountaineering and alpinism and pretty much everything in between. So I'm a very passionate climber. It's totally changed my life. And I've got a feeling it's having a massive impact on a lot of people here as well. Like it's the community that I've noticed as being part of this event over the last day or two is like, wow, it's really, really cool.
It's a special place, isn't it? And tell me a bit about your mentoring, because, you know, as you say, first time involved in this world. So what are you trying to give to your athlete?
Well, I think that mentoring is an incredible, valuable thing, because I've been mentored by many people over the years. I remember when I was doing the Ice Climbing World Cup, I hadn't been mixed climbing very much, and Will Gadd was one of the only people that spoke English that I went and had a chat with him, and I was like, hey Will, how do you go mixed climbing? And he spent 15 minutes telling me what to do, and I managed to get into the final. So it's, you know, if you can share your experiences with people, I think mentoring's got some great value. So yeah, my situation with Ellie is I was invited to be part of the SAMI team, which is the Scarpa Athlete Mentoring Initiative, and it's an opportunity for people from previously perceived like minority or underrepresented groups, an opportunity for them to get into climbing and potentially work in the industry and potentially be an athlete in the industry if they're not already, and really help them to flourish. So with regards to Ellie, she's competed many times, she's been on the podium many times, and really we teamed up so that I could mentor her to help her a little bit with her climbing, and she could mentor me to help me with the world of paraclimbing. So it's that's where we're at. Yeah.
Wow, and I guess you have a lot to offer, because not only are you, a very accomplished outdoor climber, but you've had that comp experience. So presumably you can tell her sort of how to deal with some of the nerves and emotions that come with comp climbing.
Well, yes, absolutely.
Theory.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's an interesting one because, Ellie, it's interesting. Ellie and I have only hung out with each other a little bit, and she's really well kind of seeded into her world, and I think because I'm new to this world, I've got a lot to learn, so I can't like just dive in there and start giving her advice on her sport, which is very personal to her. So I'm really here as a satellite on this particular occasion to learn a lot and see what's going on.
Well, it's great to have you here, and we're almost underway for the first categories. For the women's beat 3, so that's the least visually impaired. And then on the right-hand side, men's beat 3, same thing. Andrew Martinez from the USA will get underway. Now, if you've watched this comp so far, you'll know the crowd play a big part in this, but the crowd will be a little silent during this competition, because we want to give some space for the athletes themselves to climb, and obviously concentration, and they need to hear their sight guide. So we don't need to be quiet in the commentary box, but you will notice a bit of a drop in volume until they top out. And Tim, I don't know if you've ever done any visually impaired climbing before. I've had a go at it, put a blindfold on, and it's the endurance is insane of what these guys do, because they have to lock everything off. They don't necessarily know where they're going.
Yeah, absolutely. I've just been hosting some of the Brit Rock shows in Canada recently, and one of them was Climbing Blind with Jesse Dufton, who was here yesterday competing, and he climbed up the Old Man Ahoy on lead, which is like a 5:10 traditional climb, 5 pitches long, and it's incredibly impressive. And he really can't see at all, so working with a sight guide with Molly is crucial for him. And I think yesterday actually he had an issue with the communication with the comms, and his sight guide Molly wasn't able to communicate with him, so that made it quite tough for him to move forward. So it's a real teamwork operation here between the climber and the sight guide. So.
Yeah, his radio went off halfway through that route apparently, so he had to deal with quite a lot. So Andrew on the right, shaking out. Now this is a tricky section for him, because we've seen lots of cross-through moves here, and the accuracy for Andrew Martinez there on the right has got to be perfect. And this is pretty hard for him. And then Yvonne on the left-hand side, shaking out underneath the big holds.
I was doing a bit of reading up about this earlier on, and one of the things they do with this particular competition is they have a high contrast colour with the holes. So you'll notice that there's some really bright colours there, and that tends to help the athletes be able to identify where they're going.
Yeah, and he's got a heel hook locked in. I mean, that's such good muscle memory to touch it with the hands and know exactly where it is for your heels. Impressive stuff from Andrew. And Yvonne on the left. And some big jugs. And the problem with big holes that she's on is that every part of it feels like a hole. You know, if you hit a crimp, you know that that's the crimp. With something like this, you know, she's got her right hand here and the jug of the volume, but she might touch the outside of the volume and think that's the hole. So it can be more difficult. Bumping her left, see she's missed the jib there, but now crosses through beautifully.
Do you know apparently that the human body has about 13 million receptors, and 11 million of these are all from the eyes. So if you switch the eyes off, there's a much smaller percentage of information going into your body. So
yeah, it is incredibly difficult to do this, and you can go and practice it at your local gym. Just go put a blindfold on and see how much endurance and lock-off power you need. So Andrew's wrapped a left arm around. Yvonne on the layback style. She's got a left knee sort of scrubbing underneath, trying to sit on that, but she does fall on the left, trying to go into that crimp on the side pool. Andrew looks quite casual over there.
He does, doesn't he? He's got his wrist and his forearm resting on this hole, try and get some of the lactic acid out of his forearms before he moves on up this steep wall.
And another thing you have to consider is, you know, we know that there's a crux coming up. He has no idea. So it's how long do you milk these moments for, you know? Goes up with the right, that's more of a foothold, crosses through again. And he's dropping back for a rest. I think this man's pumped right now.
Yeah. Come on, Andrew.
There's the right foot underneath him. He doesn't exactly know where it is. He's trying to touch towards it.
Come on.
Yeah, cruxy moment for him. He's got to dig deep here. Finds a left flag.
Good lad. Go on. Oh, he just touched the hole there, so he knows where it is.
Drops back again. I think he's just got to be really quick through this sequence. So he wants a right hand cross. It's going to make the next moves harder, this. Twist the body.
I wonder if he can get his foot onto that hold, and he's off.
Back and forth for Andrew, but it's a fall about halfway up. So two athletes done. That's Slobodan, one of our photographers here at the IFSC. He's taken some brilliant shots throughout the last week, actually. So go to the IFSC Instagram page if you haven't already. And Tim, we interviewed you yesterday, and your interview is going to be on today's show for the IFSC. And again, this was you and Ellie talking together about your sort of journey so far. So that's coming out today.
Yeah, cool.
All right, this is Razavan. Is it Razavan? Hang on a sec, I've got myself confused. No, it's not. It's Inuela Dragan from Romania on the left and away. Tim, we're not going to keep you too long. We've got an athlete waiting, but maybe call one more with me, and then you can go back and watch the rest of the action.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, before this competition, I actually taped up my fist to try and simulate what it might be like to climb as an adaptive athlete. And it was pretty tough, actually.
Yeah.
You know, there's some holds you can use and some holds you can't, but these particular routes are designed very carefully for the athletes, and they put lots of extra footholds, and there's lots of different ways of doing the climbing sequence on a lot of them, so that there's some variety there. And it seems that speaking to some of the local climbers here, or some of the athletes here, that they really enjoy this climbing style because it's set specifically for them, which is a bit different to your more traditional routes that are set at climbing gyms around the world.
Yeah, and we talked earlier with Sebastian about setting, because that is such a tricky aspect of the sport. Because you've got to set, 4 routes for multiple disciplines of paraclimbing. You know, we're watching the visually impaired. We might have an RP category later on, so it's a tough bit of setting for them to do.
Yeah, I think it's a real art and a skill, it seems.
Agree. Well, that's his position on the left. You can see the wall up to hold number 20. This is the Dragon, and we second woman to climb on this route. So up towards the big bucket jugs underneath. Loving the chalk back as well. Imagine carrying that thing up the wall with you. It's huge.
You can't put a price on morale.
Style, apparently. Well,
it's quite steep, this wall. It's about 30 degrees, I think. So
yeah.
It's tough.
Really on the arms, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, she reaches up. Got that a little bit wrong. Now wraps that left arm into an underclink on the right. Chaz Mascura from Canada. Lana Yip used to be his sight guide, and she's in the building watching Chaz. He's making good work. He's nearing the cross-through sequence. He was brilliant during the World Champs. He was doing handstands backstage before he went on, and I made him do it about 3 times so we could get it on camera. I think it might have destroyed his World Championship hopes.
That's the thing about this, isn't it? These people, they really are athletes. You know, they spend a lot of time training, and you can see that with a lot of their physiques. And I know Jesse was doing lots of lock-offs before he was training.
Oh, Chaz slips off that cross-through move. Sliding down, he had it. It was just that left hand let him down. Yeah, you're right. I mean, and Jess's film is incredible. If you haven't seen it, the Alistair Lee film is brilliant. So go and watch that if you can. All right, we stick with Inuela here on the left, having lost Chaz just now. He'll slip into 2nd place. 2nd athlete out, of course. Now this move, you've got to be precise to get into this hole. Hits it first time. She's in 2nd as well. 38 is where she's aiming for, up to 30 now. So some moves to go. And a big lock off on that right hand. She reaches.
I wonder if she'll go out right or go straight through to the left hand hold. Oh yeah, she does go right. These holds are quite far apart, huh?
Yeah, no,
she's quite strenuous holding that position to reach out left.
Exactly, it's a big bump with the left hand as well.
You got to be accurate, and oh, there you go, feeling that.
Right, she's in. Got to bring the foot up though. That's coming. Hits the jib and moves up to 32 on the scoreboard.
There's another film out at the moment called Soundscape by Timmy O'Neill. It's on the Real Rock Show, so check that out too.
Yeah, that's I think. Yeah, you can watch those if you subscribe to the package or something. So it's a good time to get involved with those. Sebastian's pointing out that we don't have to whisper in the commentary box. He is correct. It's hard. It's a bit like if you watch snooker, though. Or like, you know, it's like you just want to focus with them. But yeah, we are not in the stadium with the athletes, and she's starting to struggle a bit here. There's a left hand to come. Ooh, she's trying to find some feet underneath. Looks for the left foot, can't find it. Has to drop back down. Oh, slaps up and goes. All right, well, Tim, thank you so much for joining me here in the commentary box. It was awesome. I know you got to go cheer on Ella, so you go do that. And
cool.
Thank you so much, and we'll see you soon.
Hey, cheers, Matt.
Cheers,
Thanks
Tim.
very much.
Appreciate it. Okay, well, we are rotating through athletes here, athletes and experts in the commentary box, and I've got another one with me right now. So first of all, I'm just going to sort your mic out here. Hang on a sec, I'm just going to fiddle around with this. So could you, hang on, let me just take that off. We're trying to get things sorted here in the commentary box. It's, there you go, that way around. Right, well, right now we have got, where are we at? I've lost all sense of everything. Guemo, there we go, Gomez from Spain is underway. And now Mike Sorted, could you tell us, to those who don't know, who you are, who you climb for?
Hi, I'm Cory from Team Germany, and I climbed in the class AU2.
So, Cory, what do you think of the competition so far? I've enjoyed the routes.
Yes, it's really hard because a lot of overhang. So we always have one route in the overhang, but mostly not two. So it was really pumpy and intense, so really hard. But I think we all really enjoyed it.
Okay, well, that's good to know. And not in finals for you.
Yes.
I'm sorry about
obviously.
that, but you get to join me here, which is good. And we're watching here at Guemo making good work. But this is the section we saw Chaz struggle on, this cross through of moves. And it is quite hard, this, because there's a left hand and then a right hand cross under. Or over.
And not a lot of foot options, I think, here.
No, when you were talking about the overhang, this is a steep bit of the wall as well.
It's really steep, steeper than usual.
So he's resting on the last of, I mean, they're jugs kind of compared to what's coming. Left hand out. It's good work from him as he moves the feet round. That's the cross through that Chaz struggled on. No such problems for Guemo as he makes his way out left.
And I think this is the hardest route in the finals.
Yeah, 8A, we think, in terms of grade, so a tricky one for sure. Reaches up with the right hand, locks out, really clawing with the right. And our camera catches up to him. Silver medal provisional with 27. 30 plus is the lead. 4 athletes in this group. And how is Team Germany doing? Because already some medals under your belt.
So far, so good. We have
Pretty good.
5 finalists, and already 3 climbed, and we have 3 medals.
Wow.
So, yeah.
It's not a bad
Pretty
day.
good.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Pretty
3 out of
good.
3, yeah. Let's hope they can maintain it. Now, on the left, we have Phoebe Barkin from the USA. Climbed pretty quickly through the bottom section of her route, getting involved in the middle sequences now. This green and yellow hold snaking its way through the roof.
And really interesting class there because they got merged, so they are B1, 2, and 3 climbers.
Now that might seem unfair to some people, but obviously we're trying to get people climbing, and if we don't have enough
Yes.
athletes in a category, we prefer them to climb and be merged. That's
Yes.
the theory. And look at Guillermo on the right now, struggling with this. He can't work out where. Kind of feels like an undercling there. And he drops back down sensibly to rest on that black jug-like feature.
Oh,
What a fall from Phoebe on the left. It came out of nowhere. Graham finds the cross through, reset the hands, good work from him. Now needs to make a big move up with the left hand, which he gets, locks that off, and will shake out again. Safely through a hard sequence of moves there. Oh, but misses, went between the 2 crimps. I think he was getting pumped as well, just couldn't hold it for as long as he needed to. The athletes in the stadium and next out. So tell me a bit about the atmosphere in Salt Lake, because we return again, but a different gym. I like it here. It's a cool facility.
it is. As we already mentioned, steeper walls than usual, but quite challenging, but pretty cool. And the route setters put up a lot of volumes to even it out a bit, creating a few resting places. But atmosphere is really, really cool on the other side of the wall. And right now it's really quiet, so they can hear where they have to go and they can understand the guides. So yeah, atmosphere is really building up and up until the athletes fall and then it's exploding.
Yeah, exactly that. Well, Phoebe's teammate Sinaida is on from the USA. She's about to get ready.
She's really good. I think last year she won gold here.
Okay, so defending her gold medal
Yes.
in Salt Lake City. And there's quite a few paracomps this year spread out. The last one in Arco, as we've talked about. Are you going to all of them, or are you picking and choosing a bit?
I'm going to all of them. So next one is in Innsbruck in June.
Mm-hmm.
Then the next World Cup is in Arco in September. And we have the European Championship in August.
True, in Villars,
In
right?
Villars, yes.
I'm trying to get an invite to that. I'm working on it, but so far, no go. So if you're listening, organising team, come on. I want some commentating. So Snyder pulling up. I love how I've just done a job interview on live on air, but hey. Right, through the jugs. And it is juggy through this sequence. So this is kind of pump management down low here.
She's moving really precisely.
She is, isn't she? Needs a bit of a swing, as you can see with this next section. It's kind of a cross-through move, she does. Holds it there if she trusts. Big heel hook. And I'm amazed that you can touch a hold and then immediately stick your heel where... I lose sight of it and I can see. I just forget.
They are really good in remembering. If they already had the hold, then they know where it is and where they have to place their foot. And they remember the shape of the holds, where they are. So they work with a clock system. So they remember, okay, it's on 5 o'clock or 7 o'clock.
Yeah, that clock system is... it sounds so easy in theory.
It's not.
It's not at
definitely
all,
not.
is it? When you're up there and you're like, I don't know where 3 o'clock is meant to be.
I tried guiding once and it's really, really hard.
She wants a knee bar in here. I don't think she can get it. No, she
No.
can't. I think the site suggested it, but then she couldn't really make it work. It's a bit far. Yeah, you're right. It's very hard, the clock system.
And as the guide, you have to be really, really quick because they are climbing really fast.
Yeah, that's true. She did get the knee by going a move higher, so that allowed her not only to shake out, but wave at the crowd, so highly important. Reaches up with the right hand. Those fingers in, a bit of a moment of cut loose, and of course you've got to find the feet, and another knee bar. She's cruising this section. So Sinaida trying to find a good left crimp. twists the body and drops in. And then on the right, Fumiya is climbing. And I told this story before you came on air, but he was one of the athletes who was in Tonsai with me over Christmas and just destroying some hard routes. Like, unbelievable what that man was on. Like, everyone on the beach kept just stopping and watching the Japanese para team because they were so outrageous.
They are so strong.
Yeah, they really are. They taught me a lot during that trip. Okay, so Snyder is... Oh, she is falling. I was about to say she's struggling, and she was struggling. Suddenly got burnt out there. Meanwhile, Fumiya reaches around the right, which is not the way to go. So a bit of either a miscommunication, but he wanted... Oh, he is again. No, he's got to cross through. Yes, better. Yeah, he went out towards the corner and thought better of it, which is good.
It's really tricky with the rope sometimes, or often, especially if you don't see it, and you have to be really careful with the two ropes to not get it around your neck or stuff like that.
Yeah, you are right. Rope management, especially when you can't see the rope.
And it's an important part of climbing.
Absolutely. Well, he dealt with that well. Got a really high right heel in, which he then sort of had to do a bit of an awkward move. There's nothing there, is there? I think having a couple of issues here. Drills that left foot in. There's nothing to be had. It's higher. Yeah, he's got to get a way bigger drop. A way bigger lock off with the left hand to make this work. He's going again, stretches, core tightening.
Maybe putting a heel hook with the left would be good.
Yeah, I think he needs something, doesn't he?
Oh, the other way around.
There, yeah. Well, that's what you were talking about. And look at the difference it made. So good call by you. Crosses through with the crimp now, and he moves. But I wonder how much that's cost him for the rest of the climb. Fumiya searching around. And now we'll pause briefly. But more tricky climbing to go. And I don't understand how he's got the endurance to do this.
They spend such a long time in the wall. I think they are the few athletes who actually sometimes time out.
You're right.
The rest of us falls before the time is running out.
And then look, you can just bust a move like that out, sort of floating through. Went up towards the sloper. It's not ideal. And then crosses through again. Yep, there it is. He touched it.
A lot of crossover moves there.
So many. It's all the setter would say. Crossover move to crossover sequence. It's
we
crazy.
had that in qualification a lot too.
Huh. All right, reaches up, searching for the next hold once more. Brings the right foot into play now. Toe in as he'll rock up on that and power. And this is where we've seen problems. He's got the right, which means he needs to cross with the left. Oh, no bumps. That's smart thinking. And he's in the top spot, and that is the gold medal for him as well, with no climbers yet to go. Left to go, I should say, on that wall. But topping it out would be great just for bragging rights and for his own ego, for sure. And he won't know he's won, of course.
No. I think actually they're not even monitors, so athletes always look for their teammates to tell them which place they are in.
Yeah, there's apps open all over the place here in the arena. Well, he searches for the right hand, gets it, and just still hardly a shakeout from him. Hits the crimp, knows where the foot is. You saw him touch it before. Searches again. Big pull needed though as he reaches up towards the top of the grey volume. Locking off that crimp once more. Up with the right hand now. Thumb dropping down low to pull on those fingers. Left foot is bad, it's just a volume, he's not on a lot. He's got to do a big move and no. Oh, what a battle from Fumiya, but that
really
isn't more than enough. It is dominant, really, isn't it, really? What else can you say about that man? It's incredible. Well, there are some of our athletes who didn't make it through or who have already climbed in the audience watching, appreciating. Cheering on, exactly. Well, we move through. Men's B1 will be up soon. Let me just try to find my pieces of paper, which I've... Yep, there's Fumiya still. So I think we've got men's B1, and yeah, that'll be the next category out. We make our way through this. And yeah, if you're watching this thinking you're enjoying the Salt Lake action, well, there was lots that went on this week. And in fact, we're going to bring in another athlete in a minute. So can we tag you out?
Sure.
Bring our next athlete in. for a little chat because he's come and joined us from the wall. So you have a break.
Yes.
I'm going to just mute the mics as we get our next guest into the commentary box. Right, we have another guest in the commentary box and a guest with a medal to his name. Sir, tell us who you are.
Hello, I'm Glenn Todd from Australia, Melbourne.
Glenn, congratulations, your first World Cup. Bronze medal.
Yep.
That must feel amazing.
Yes, it does.
Tell me about the route and your shoulder, of course, because we were concerned that you had an injury.
The route was really fun, really overhung. I had to put all my weight through my shoulder, which I hurt my shoulder about 12 days ago.
Oh.
And the tape really helped.
Okay, yeah, you are heavily taped
Yeah.
up with the black tape.
Yeah.
Listen, before I carry on talking to you, Razavan Nerdu is underway. I mean, this man, such an inspiration, isn't he? He's been on the
Yes.
top spot for such a long time.
Yep.
So Razavan will climb, but a little bit of a tricky mover. He's got to creep his way underneath this blue volume. And he's in men's B1, so this is the most impaired that you can get in this category. And you'll see the blindfold on just to take away all sight. And tell us about the atmosphere out there in the stadium, because you've just climbed out there.
Yeah.
A supportive crowd?
Yes. Everyone from Australia out there is very happy. I think I'm the second para-Australian person to get a medal. So, yeah, it's
huge
very cool. Everyone back home is said their congratulations and sent through photos of them watching it on TV
No way.
back
Amazing.
at home. So it's awesome.
That must feel fantastic.
Yeah.
The support that goes on is
Yep.
great to see. Well, Razavan here is about to enter the first of the cruxes, this tricky sequence where he's got to cross through many times.
Yeah. It's so crimpy up there on that angle.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? And, you know, of course, no... Oh, reaches out around the corner, locks off the crimp, first time of asking. This is where endurance really plays. Look how slopey this second one is.
Yeah.
Now, he's doing it a different way, so not crossing through, bumping the left hand, which is smart. Searching for a toe, gets it now. He's got to unwind, go far with this method. That's the problem.
Oh.
And I think he might have climbed himself into a bit of a mistake here. Because it's by not crossing, that right arm is in the wrong place, really. Far too far to the
Yeah.
right. So he's going to have to rethink this. Drops back down, reaches out again with the left hand. This time he gets it. And now I'd imagine he'd bump that hand in or just lock it off because he's a beast. We'll have to find out. Oh, he does lock it off because he's a beast.
Yep.
Awesome. But now drops back down to that crimp. There it is. Wraps the fingers around. Good muscle memory from him. Rocks up on that right foot, brings the left in. He's going to match that? No, surely not. Yeah, that's better. Left hand.
Yeah.
Another fun chalk bag. What is with the athletes though? Everyone seems to have got like a different
Yeah.
style chalk bag.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
I think so.
Yeah.
T-Rex, very cool. I like that. One of the better dinosaurs, I'd say.
Yep.
Trying to think of other dinosaurs now. Can't. Oh, he's standing on a bolt cover now. That's fine to do, but it hasn't got any friction on it at all. And it can be a bit deceptive for the visually impaired climbers when you think it's a hold and it's not.
Yeah.
Tries to find a left toe. It's in underneath somewhere. Crosses through with the arms. This man's got such good endurance. Knee pressed in as he reaches up with the left hand. Crosses through, still going. He's touched it, but I think he's going to drop down to rest perhaps. No, he's not. Straight on. Yeah, reaching up with the hand here. Big, deep lock with the right hand, left hand on nothing, just a sloper. Oh my goodness, how is he holding this? He's got to bump that left hand in, surely. Oh, he's creeping. He's still on the sloper. He's power screaming, hits it, slides off. And yeah, you feel that if he could have just made that adjustment on the first time, he might have been okay. All right, sir. Well, listen, we'll say goodbye to you because I know you popped in for a quick interview.
Yes.
You go and I'm hoping there's many beers on the table for celebrations tonight.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe,
Yeah.
he says with a smile on his face. All right, mate. Well, look, you head off. Congratulations,
Yeah,
and I'll hopefully
thank
see you
you so
soon.
much for having me.
It's a pleasure to have you always.
Yeah,
I know some of the Team Australia, especially who are running the social media. I know they'll enjoy you getting their medal. So, see you soon. Have a wonderful
yes,
afternoon.
thank you so much. Thanks.
Right, Corey is back in the commentary box to be bringing our next athlete. Corey, you took a well-deserved break there. We've also got Sebastian, who, although he's meant to be going and chilling because he's ill, he's never left the commentary box here, so I'm sure we'll bring him back in a minute.
He's
always
our living
around.
lexicon.
He's like my dad at the moment. He's organising all the papers for me. He's just on fire. He hasn't brought me any coffee yet, but apart from that, no, it's fine. Don't you worry, Sebastian. It's fine. He's got cookies. He's got cookies in the house. Unbelievable. Thank you, Sebastian. All right, so Javier is on from Spain, the second athlete on men's B1 to climb. We saw Razavan doing some endurance gains. An impressive climb for him just then.
Yes, we have now the most impaired athletes from the visual impairment group, and they are all climbing blindfolded, so they all have the same conditions.
Exactly. So they're ready. They've got a good relationship. That Spanish team finds the first hold. It's quite. I've just realised how much of a reach that first move is. There is a lower foot which he's found now, but yeah, quite a tricky start.
Yes, but they are the only category that are allowed to adjust and touch the different holds before they are starting.
Yeah, which is fair enough.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes, reasonable rule, that one. Yeah, I do remember these rule changes. We chatted about it at the beginning, but if you missed it, every climber now has their own site guide. That's to avoid passing on information. And also, everyone is now using radios, which I can't believe wasn't a rule before. We had that shouting up style.
A shouting up style, especially from the Japanese team. That was interesting and loud, but it could, of course, interfere with the second climber on the wall.
Yeah.
And they could get confused, and having one guide per athlete is absolutely fair, because otherwise the guides already saw the route and then have the second athlete coming in and they already know the sequences or learned out of the mistakes. And now it's more fair for every athlete.
Exactly, it was a good. Apologies everyone for that slight break in proceedings, technical incident, but in the meanwhile, Francisco, we see him leaving the stage. He's done well, 41 plus, into the gold medal spot. Good work for him. We'll bring in the next athlete, Shaita, another one of the Thailand crushers. Yes, gentlemen. Oh, he's so good. Like, he's just so good. So it's wonderful to see him out in the top spot where he deserved to be. 3 athletes competing in this category. He'll obviously be going for gold. He won't know, of course, the scores are not told to the athletes, and he just knows he needs to get as high as humanly possible. So this is the last of the visually impaired category. So after this, we move on to men's AU3, AL2, women's AL2, women's AU2, and men's AL1. And that's the plan. And we are going to bring some athletes in. Hopefully, I've sent some people out to search for athletes who want to come into the commentary box, so do keep with us as we look for Shoaita here as he reaches around the corner. Now, Sho is one of those athletes who Sebastian said it earlier with one of our climbers that you always think they're about to fall off. Show's a bit like that. Like, I always think he's gone, and then somehow he digs deep and finds something. Yeah. So solid stuff down low. I hope I haven't just commentated cursed him, but good heel locked in on the right-hand side. Look how solid that right. I can see his heel toe cam right against the wall. The audience focus. Remember, they're quiet to give so the athlete can hear the sight guide. Although, of course, with this new rule, maybe that will be changing a bit. Maybe a little bit of cheering.
I don't really think so.
Still hard to hear, is it?
Still hear it.
Fair enough. Huge drop knee in underneath there. Wow, as he locks up. That's kind of one of his specialties, I think, is that ability to sort of drop knee and
Really
lock off.
But he make it look naturally.
He does, but that's not a heel hook. He finds the toe, reaches out with the left. He wants to go right here. And now, yeah, makes that adjustment. Look at that footwork. Dropping the left leg back behind. Making a match, creeping up towards the crimps. Good instinctive climbing from him, but cross-throughs coming. There are some tricky cross-throughs going on. Stretches up, finds the crimp this time, locks it off with the fingers. Now, I would imagine he'll do another drop knee here. You can see that right leg starting to want to bend. Crosses through with the right hand. That is strong, isn't it? And now rests. And look how overhanging it is as he's like, wow, the instinct as well from Shoaita. He's got to get a 41 though if he wants a gold medal. He's in bronze, of course. There's only 3 athletes in this category. So he's guaranteed a medal, but he won't want it to be bronze. Yeah. That right foot, though, is not really on anything. Somehow he makes the move work, and now drops the weight onto it.
Yeah, you don't see if you hit the shiny parts or the slippery part or the good parts, but you just have to remember where they placed them before.
Oh, that's not good. Yeah, you're right. Oh, stretches through, reaches up, can't quite find it. Wraps that left hand around, and now upgrades the foot. So good stuff from him. He makes this match, and now he's got 2 kind of knees splits. Drops down to the next crimp. Crosses through, searches for a left foot. There's not much to be had there, though. This is where you need to start rotating the body, and now he does. That left knee dropping down, finds the crimp with the right hand. He'll need to stand up on that and go towards the next crimps, up into silver medal. Wraps the hand. It's so accurate as well.
Yes.
He doesn't know that's there. He cannot see that hold, remember. So a lot of that's the sight guide, some of it's his own instincts and knowledge of setting.
And he's not searching a lot with the hands. Some are doing some kind of circles until they hit the hold, but he's always going far than he has to, and then he drops back to the hold.
Yeah, it's so much strength to do that in the style he's climbing in. Trust the slopers with the feet as well. Imagine how scary that must be, standing on those slopers up there, not knowing if the next holds are good. Reaches up with the right hand, locks it off again. Shoaita going towards that 41 position, 38 now, creeping towards the gold medal. On paper, one of the absolute favourites to take this.
Okay.
Will he prove us right?
I
It's
think that's
40.
it.
He's
It's
close,
41.
and now
That's-
41
yeah.
on the screen. There's a bit of a delay between the app and that, but he is updated there. And that's the gold medal, which he won't know, and the crowd can't really cheer him through it either.
You always heard it for the other athletes when there was a new high point, but not in this case.
No, there's got to be some kind of signal to him. Maybe we can all gasp quietly. Then he'll know. What a genius ideas in the commentary box, as usual. Shoaita in the corner, reaches up, bit wrong, gets it right this time. 42, he'll want to top this route out, won't he? But it's still going to be a big undertaking. Not good holds up there. Oh, hits the left, and there's a jump to come as well.
Come on.
hits the right
He's
hand.
definitely able to do that, even to jump.
Sebastian's going crazy in silence next to me, but he does fall. And then the crowd react to let him know that that is enough for a gold medal, and he will come down. I mean, that man must have so many in his cupboard. I don't know why he keeps his medals in a cupboard, but maybe he does. They're probably on the wall somewhere.
Important question.
Yes, where do you keep your medals?
Yeah, I have no medals yet.
Oh, so there we go. I thought you had a medal. Where would you
definitely
keep
think
your
about
medals?
it. I have some sort of cup. Yeah.
Where's
I
that?
Keep it in some box.
In a box. You need to put this out on display.
I know. First thing I will do at home.
Someone's slaved over making that trophy in a box. Right, we are done with the visually impaired category. More than halfway through now. This there's coffee smear on the mats there. It's probably likely to be me, I'll be honest. Well, that's a good shot of our wide on the wall. You can see the different angles in play. And we'll move on soon. Are you okay to stay with me, Sebastian? You literally haven't left, so you can join us in a minute. This was not what Sebastian was like, look, I can't talk for very long. You know, I'd expect him to go and sit in some kind of steam room. But yeah, he's sick, and yet he's here in the box supporting us, so thank you, Sebastian. But we'll have a reintroduction of the athletes to the stage of the next set of athletes, and there's a lot of climbers to come for this final part of the competition.
We're back to the physical athletes.
Yes.
So right now it's AL1. So seated climbers, so they're going to use legs, so they're just compassing up the wall. Really impressive.
It is. This is the strong men of the competition. Oh, look! There's that some synchronised wheelchair action going on there.
This is AL2.
AL2 on the right. Yeah, that was definitely planned then, wasn't it? That was like some kind of
and AU2.
fighter pilot style manoeuvres. Awesome. AL2. So this is your category.
This is my category. So AU is upper limb loss.
Now Céline Piret on the right-hand side, the favourite for sure.
She's our champion. Yeah, I think third, fourth time world champion. Always crushing, really strong.
Extremely good outdoor climber as well.
Yes. But actually, she's more boulderer.
Yeah, well, she's got taste, is what's going on there. She's correct.
I think actually most of the AU2 athletes are boulderer.
I mean, as I said, I approve. Well, there is, remember, Team USA, Team Japan, everyone being represented here as the athletes are introduced. They'll have the observation time after this. Is that the final category?
Yes, that's the final one.
So everyone's on stage now. Our finalists looking a little bit nervous, some of them. They've been waiting in isolation for a long time.
Yeah, I think isolation closed at 11, so yeah, a long time.
They're coming at 2 p.m. here in Salt Lake City. Do let us know where you're watching from around the world. If you are watching, send us an Instagram if you want. Give us your Instagram while you're here, right?
Mine?
Yeah, what's your Instagram so people can follow you?
So it's a German, but it's Findet Kohli. So the English translation would be Finding Dory, but let's see.
Really?
Yeah.
You've got to tell us the story behind this one.
Yeah.
Go on, what is the story?
I was in the Caribbean when I first got Instagram, and yeah, we were snorkeling a lot, diving, and yeah, I got into this fish.
Right.
She's a bit crazy, but really nice, and I like that.
I had a drama teacher at school who we called Dory because she had the exact same personality. And
I hide it very well, but yeah.
You too. My drama teacher, I just want to point out, she is an incredible woman, Robin from Canada, but yeah, she had that kind of brain that's a little bit scatty. So I like your name. It's brilliant to go and attack. Well, there we go. We look at the athletes who are out and about on the mats. Some categories having 4, some having 3. All depends, really.
How many started qualifications? So if you have more than 6 competitors, you have 4 finalists. I think from 15 up, it's 6 finalists.
And Sarah Lancome is meant to be coming into the commentary box after she climbs. I've lined
she's
her
one
up.
of our favourites.
Yeah,
We'll go outdoor climbing afterwards together.
Oh, are you? Where are you going? What, here in Salt Lake?
No, we go into Joey's Valley, and then I will meet Sarah to go down to Vegas. Red Rocks.
So jealous.
So excited.
Oh, Red Rocks is amazing.
Yeah.
Joe's, I have people there and I can't because I've got to film over the next couple of days, so I'm extremely jealous of it. I might not talk to you.
A lot of us are going there, actually.
Yes.
And then we meet Sebastian and another teammate, Vegas,
Oh.
for some rock climbing.
Come on. It's just... Well, there we go. Well, you guys have an amazing time.
Yeah.
I'm sure. Okay, there's Celine Perret we were talking about. The favourite for sure in that category.
But Lucia has been really close in qualifications. I think there was a difference of 1 or 2 holes, so we can expect a fight, I think.
Ooh, excellent.
And the third and fourth, they were close too.
Yes,
Really?
exactly. And this category here is stacked as well. Angelino Zeller,
Favorite too.
favourite too, and he'll be out last. All right, well, that's the athletes who will compete. They're just having their last little moment. We'll just take a little bit of a pause here, have a sip of water, and we will return at the end of this observation period. Right, the athletes leave the stage. Their observation period is done. They'll return to isolation back there at the bouldering area, and we're a couple of seconds or minutes away from the first climb. So, Team Germany, you've mentioned your amazing rock climbing plans after this. Have you got any projects in mind, any boulders that you really want to send?
No, actually not, because I don't know the areas. And for me, of course, I can use the grades to orientate myself a bit, but those grades are for people with 4 limbs. So they can be a really hard grade, and it's really easy for me, and the other way around. So mostly I look at the boulders and then decide, okay, I want to do this one, no matter the grade. Yeah.
And are there any? And what are you looking forward to more, Joe's or Red Rocks? I've been to Red Rocks, and it's really cool. Joe's I haven't been to, so I'm inexperienced in this one.
Yeah, me neither. So it's first time for both locations.
Vegas is
I'm
Vegas.
a little bit more into Red Rocks because I really like the desert atmosphere and difference too.
And once you've sent the project, then there's the Vegas Strip awaiting you for the paragliding carnage that could ensue.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. That's,
no comment, but yep.
Yeah.
This is where the team budget gets either doubled or blown in one roll of the dice. That's it. Yeah, Team Germany are not listening to this. There's no way we would gamble with your funds. However, if it doubled, you'd be a hero. Just saying.
Yeah, but I don't think I will take the risk.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. That's
I
very
put
sensible.
all my money in travel.
Not your money. I'm talking about the German
competing,
team's
so
money here. You know,
Oh.
we take some of that and just put it on the roulette wheel.
I'll ask how they think about it.
That'll be fine. What they don't know is worry about.
What they don't know after we talked about it live.
That's a very good point. Yes, because hopefully they're not listening right now. I mean, it's very early in the morning in Germany, or late at night.
No,
in
it's
fact.
late at night.
Yeah.
They are 8 hours ahead of us.
Yes.
So it's around, I don't know,
10 o'clock.
11?
Well, if you're listening from Europe, it's almost bedtime. All right.
Yeah.
It's time to start getting the PJs on. Yeah, putting the animals away for the night.
But keep watching.
If you want to keep watching, yeah. But if you've got things the next day, then get to bed, please. You know, we don't want to keep you up. You can re-watch this, of course, but keep watching.
I couldn't keep.
Have us on in your ears. You can fall asleep to our dulcet tones. Well, bit of a delay as we wait for the first athletes to come out here. Last couple of categories out onto the wall. Lots of action still to come though. And an opportunity to remind you that you can go to YouTube and watch the Climbing Club behind the scenes show we've been producing throughout the Salt Lake City events. Now that's not just highlights like it used to be, are we? We're doing far more for you. We've got behind the scenes interviews with Alex Honnold climbing the women's boulder final route the other day. For this show that we've got for para, we've got interviews with para athletes and coaches, we've got explanation of classes, a classification I should say, and we also have a sneak peek at the working session for the able-bodied boulder comp where they stuck all the boulders back on the wall. I went in there with a camera and we filmed the sort of the session that
Yeah,
went on.
they could try the boulder after finals.
Exactly.
It was so awesome if all was still in the wall, but actually I don't know if you can try it.
I have no idea. Oh, that's why not? Just stay. Setters will understand. Okay. I joke. The next athletes are out from Canada. Seamus on the right hand side, and then that is Soria Cali Soria, in fact, the USA. On the left from AL2. Right, so after our long pause in proceedings, I want to get cracking. They're now out on the stage, ready to climb, and the nerves at this point will start to build. Lower limb impairment, as you can see on the left. There is Seamus from Canada and AU3 athlete.
So AU3 basically means you still have the wrist, so that there are many fingers left.
Yeah, you can see that on the right hand as well. Resting down low, leaning back on the straight arms. And up he goes, wrapping that hand underneath. There is it Kyle? C-A-I? So she's gone black at the moment, but she's over on the left-hand side.
Still on the ball.
She's still on the wall, there she is. So having a shake out of those hands, preparing herself for this next section.
Yeah, too is always interesting because some of them choose to climb with swing sets, some not. They have a complete different climbing style.
Yeah, it's so fascinating. I mean, for me, like watching the different categories, you know, watching everyone's styles and how they sort of overcome the impairments is like one of my favourite parts. You learn so much about climbing. Look on the right of your screen though, bit of a mistake there. Now gets that left hand onto the crimp from Seamus. That was an early moment for him, but this crimp is going to be hard. He has to use the side of his hand to push down.
It's really small crimp.
It's a low percentage move. Somehow he's made it work. Awesome stuff from him. He worked his way through, heel up, but had to put it down.
Powerful, interesting.
Yeah, it's a better resting. I can't believe he could do that with that right hand. Look at it.
Yeah, it depends on from what angle you can grab and if you're forward or beneath.
Goes and Seamus goes. Double athletes falling, but yeah.
So sometimes you can hold it with your body beneath it, but you can press really, really good.
I was trying to figure it out as I was watching that, you know, because he had to turn his hand in so many different ways. It was from right to left to start with, then he had to rotate the wrist through. It's strong wrists. Okay, so 2 athletes done out of AU3 and AL2. Seamus leaves on the right-hand stage, back to ISO. And coming on, 2 new athletes, Morgan Loomis from the USA, and 2 USA athletes in women's AL2. And then on the right, Nikolai Levivu from Romania will enter. You can see Slova, our photographer, in the background there. He's taking some great shots. Go to the IFSC Instagram for those.
Yeah, and he's the only photographer here, so he was running forth and back to get all the shots from every athlete. Yeah,
it's a good
pretty good job.
Having spent most of this week with him, I haven't seen him for a day and a half, so yes, he's been busy, I think.
Good cardio training for him.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so Morgan Loomis gets a woohoo from the crowd. She looks up and gets ready. Obviously a lot of support for the USA athletes who I keep wanting to say like home comp, but for some of these, you know, America's a big old country, they might have to fly a long way. And that is Nikolai underway. And speedy through the first half of the route.
Yeah, that's a good tactic to go through the steep part. You can take a rest and start again.
So he is up to this resting point, the first of the resting point for the men. Morgan Loomis on the left is doing well, but I mean, it's that prosthetic she's using on the right, she has to be so precise with it.
Yeah, and she can't feel where she stands. She can feel if she's in the good part or on the dual checks part, and she has to trust it anyway.
Yeah, and that's really important to remember because, I mean, look, I've done a million climbing shoe reviews. I always talk about sensitivity, what it feels like through the foot, and if you can't feel your foot, you realise what, you know, how hard that is just in order to know what you're standing on and the subtleties that you need to do.
Yeah, you have to train to trust it.
Well, on the right of your screen, on the cross-through section, this is what caused Seamus some issues. Nikolai gets a high right heel, or toe, I guess, and out towards the left crimp.
This category is really interesting because the impairments are on both sides, so left and right, all the same classes, so also just have to take care of that.
Yeah, and it's so hard to do that. Morgan falls on the left. We stick with Nikolai, who has made his way through the first crux like it's no issue. Super speedy from him, but he's onto the slopers now. Big move up towards the crimp. And drops back down in order to rest once more. He knows what's coming up. More cross-throughs, more thin hands. Rotates that body, spins it through, cracks in another foot up high. .33 moves him into the top spot as well. I forgot about the scoreboard there for a second. 25 plus to 34. That's the split. had to stab at that left foot though, and struggling maybe for the first time, maybe. Left foot drop.
He's heading to the upper wall.
Doing well here, makes the match a small hold. As you say, not too far to go. And plenty of time to do it in as well. Oh, big whoop as he makes that right hand move. Every move the audience is getting behind now.
Well, this will be interesting because pinches with missing fingers are really hard. He's really
Yeah, exactly. I'm just literally imagining, and I'm terrible at pinches. Up with the right hand, clawing at that one. Good work from him. Hits the left, but pops. Oh, there's such a big move to come though. I know, pumping out near the top. But 44 is going to be really hard for Dominic, who's coming up next to beat. Just 3 athletes in this category.
And Sarah's on the wall on the left side.
Yes, Sarah is underway. Sarah Larcombe, very popular member of the community.
Yeah, she was one of the first Australian paraclimbers. I think it's the first time they actually have a team here. Before it was only 2 or 3 athletes on their own. And now they have a big team. Yeah, a few of them already made it to finals.
Yeah, it's
First World Cup, finals.
and I know the Australian supporters who are back at home are so good at supporting their athletes. It's one of those things. Okay, so Sarah underway now, reaching up into those underclings. And resting well. Trying to get a knee engaged underneath, but can't. Wraps the left hand around the next hold.
You have to be really tall to be going up on that.
Yeah, we saw it earlier, but you had to get, it was an awkward knee bar. You had to get yourself into the position. But she's up into first place already, 30. 1 to go, that's guaranteed a silver.
Yeah, as always, she's aiming for gold.
Absolutely, and she'll want to leave nothing on the table, no opportunity for the next athlete to mess up. Sarah can't match this though, she's got to cross through and does now just. This is a nervy moment for her. She wants to put distance between her and the next competitor, who is Lucy Jarouge, so we know how good Lucy is.
She's really strong. She took both of the qualification routes.
She's not on that crisp right straight. I think that was a bit of a mistake maybe. I think she wanted to hit the left hand and then match on, but she missed the jib. Basara with 38 to set the high point on the route. 1 athlete to come. And she's going to leave that in a minute. Meanwhile, all action. We turn our attention to the last athlete on men's AU3, Dominic. Qualifying first position for his finals. More than capable of making this, but a long way to go. He's basically got to top the route to win this thing. Or a couple of moves before anyway. Already up to 22.
The same hold, but we are counting it.
Exactly.
Honestly, no athlete likes the hold flex.
Oh, absolutely. We want to be clear. So, quickly through, and this is ominous from Dominic here. Cruising at the moment. Look how small those holds are as well. Chalking up, making sure of the movement. Little bump. Cross through with the left hand, rotates that palm through. You've got to trust friction so much on those moves. Thought about the high left foot, changed his mind a bit. It's a knee scrub in order to keep on traversing left, rotates that knee through the movement. Out with the right hand.
Already the second place.
Yeah, you're right.
And he's really fast.
Super fast, yeah. I mean, he's barely breathed. Now shaking a bit. Really pausing. He knows what's coming, and this is a hard sequence of moves here. And bad feet. And that's important to remember. Just slopers for the feet on the right. Means more pressure through the arms, and he's milking this rest here. Yeah, true. Looks to the right, locks off that left arm, hits the right perfectly, and now he's on the slopers with the feet. And here we go. Final sequence on the head wall. 37, 38 now, going for 44 plus. So still work to do for Dominic as he makes his way up. Kicks out with the left foot.
It's really solid.
That's the top, that's gold medal if he can get there. 42 now, 44 plus, remember, is on the table. Left hand up, couple of
Dominic.
moves. This is a
Sweaty palms
nervy
here.
sequence. Left fan, no, he drops it now.
But that's only a plus.
We don't. Well, we're going to
Oh,
wait
no.
here. 44 is on our score. We'll wait for the update and wait for confirmation of where he's coming. This we think it might be actually. Certainly on that score, it seemed to indicate it. We'll wait and find out. Sebastian is frantically typing in. Have we got? Yes, we do have
That's a
confirmation.
countback.
So Dominic wins on countback. 44 plus is given. Oh, right, that was full on. Lucy Jarige. Now listen, you stay with us for one last, and then we'll bring Sebastian back on because he's clawing at the bit to talk here. So we'd love to have him back in the commentary booth. Lucy underway, more than capable of making this, not climbing with a prosthetic.
No.
And why would she make that decision?
Maybe she's lighter. That could be one. It could be also depending on how she started climbing. So maybe she never got used to it. And then there's the problem, not every athlete can use a prosthesis. It depends on the stomach. Yeah, maybe she just prefers it like this. She still uses her stump to put weight on it.
Yeah, which is incredible when you see it. But I'm not sure this route has many opportunities to do that in it. It's pretty steep out there.
And I think in an overhang,
Well,
it's not really a disadvantage without the second leg or prosthesis.
This is a long way with that right. I wonder if left is much lower, whether she's slightly wrong-handed herself here, because that's a huge stretch off that low foot. But she is in first place already,
Yeah.
42. So this is a victory lap.
But I think her aim is the top.
And she's changed the foot now, which is good, because this is going to make at least the move possible. I don't think it was possible from that low foot.
I don't know if she just uses it to rest.
Oh yeah, you're right. Oh, see, yeah. She's just on the pinch though. This is going to be if she can find the jib. Without that jib, I think this is going to be full on. I think she's got to go with the right hand with her impairment. Yes, exactly.
So good. And you see without the prosthesis, she can do drop knees with the right foot. You wouldn't be able to do with the second leg.
Yeah, good spot. Well, she's wrapped herself in. That was really good problem solving from our gold medalist here today. And she won't know it. We know it though, so we can just enjoy this and not be too nervous. Sits on her right foot. Fingers wrapped around. She's not far off the top there as well. Bumps that left hand up the side pull. Pretty much a full,
Careful.
cut loose there because of that lack of left leg.
Pretty interesting. The route said it's not quite a jump, but you really have to commit.
Okay, that usually means it's a jump when a set says that. Nah, not a jump, just a big move. Nah. The athletes will jump. We'll see then. Can Lucy span this move to the top out? She's checked the time. She knows she's got time. She'll have to kick up that right foot. Oh no, stretch first. Really spread out. Rock up on this right foot. Got to commit, remember. Big left hand lock off. Fingers out. She's touching the last hold. Creeps the fingers into the jug. She's got one hand on.
One hand is enough.
There's enough. There she's done.
Yeah.
That's a top from Lucy Jarige. She comes down. I mean, she was the winner already, but what a finish from her, and emotional clearly. Right. Thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you for hosting me.
It's been fantastic having you, as usual. I'll let you go, and we're going to bring in someone you might have heard before. Mr. Sebastian, who's been waiting patiently for his turn.
Oh, and Sarah is coming.
Sarah is coming
I
too,
hug her
yes.
and then she can join you.
Well, in that case, yeah, Sebastian, you might have to. We'll come back in to talk about it, and then we'll bring Sarah on in a sec while she catches her breath in the back. It's all go here in the commentary box as Trevor Smith comes on. So, Sebastian, before we swap you around with Sarah, who's come to join me, what a round, eh? What do you think of it so far?
Incredible. I think the route setters hope for a top on every route. Not sure if it did it, but the last one was spectacular.
It was good, wasn't it? Yeah, Lucy Jarige getting it done.
Last moment right on the fingertips.
It was creeping those hands in, wasn't it? It was
Oh
brilliant to
yes.
see.
Oh
And
yes.
Look, you've been wandering around. Let's look at the results here. Dominic Geisset, this is confirmation of earlier on. That's who you were talking about creeping those fingers in.
And you see the time difference.
Oh, yes.
You see it.
So it's not count back, it's time that decides.
No, I think then if they show the time, then it's due to time because they had the same ranking in qualification, and they were just separated by 6 seconds.
Unbelievable.
Can you imagine?
And Lucy Jarige, we just saw her beat Sarah, who's in the commentary box with us here. All right, Sebastian, we're going to have to kick you out, even though we
Yes.
just got you in. You're incredible, obviously, but we have a silver medalist waiting in the wings here, so we need to bring Sarah in. So thank you, Sebastian. I'll see you in a bit. You can close things out with us. How about that? Thanks, mate. Okay, we have another swap in the commentary box, and right now from the USA we are watching. Who are we watching? Who are we watching here?
I think that's Trevor.
That is Trevor, yes. So Trevor Smith on. Sarah, congratulations. Silver medal. How was it out there?
Oh, you know, I missed a jib when I fell, so that's kind of heartbreaking, but I felt really good out there, and the route was super fun, and when you lose to someone topping the route, it feels a lot better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was fantastic watching you so fast and smooth through that bottom section as well. It was brilliant. Look, you can tell us a bit. We're watching Brian.
Oh, you got Brian Zazuela over there?
Yeah. So look, just tell us. I think it's Nathan, by the way, Nathan Payne on the
there we
left
go,
here.
yeah.
There we go. So look, tell us, because you are, uniquely placed to tell us about prosthetics and how that feels. You have a climbing shoe on your prosthesis.
Yeah.
Does that help? Does it? Because the biggest thing is, you can't feel, can you?
Exactly. Can't feel, don't know where your foot is in space, kind of have to keep looking at it. I'm one of the only climbers that climbs with a walking foot with a climbing shoe on it, as opposed to the climber you can see on the screen right now, who's got a specialized foot. A lot of the Americans especially climb with these like really cool DIY style feet. It's super personal preference.
And we're watching here Nathan Phillip on the left, putting quite a lot of weight through that. Is it a hard thing to trust?
Oh, absolutely. It takes a lot of practice and a lot of training to be able to trust your prosthesis on any foothold, but especially small ones.
Yeah, Nathan falls on the
There it
left.
goes.
Brian carries on.
Yeah.
And sequences like this where you're kind of swinging. Oh, look at this from Brian. That left arm stump doing so much work
He's
as
phenomenal.
well.
Yeah. Super dynamic climber, really, really strong.
Yeah, and a good ambassador for the sport as well. Like, he's great on camera, really happy to speak
Absolutely.
about it.
Yeah.
As are you, by the way.
Thank you.
All
Yeah,
right.
Brian's a great boulderer as well, so it's crazy to see him bouldering all pre-season and then come out with this kind of endurance. It's phenomenal.
It's annoying, isn't it?
Yeah. The rest of us are doing circuits and
I
he's
know.
just swinging around.
Right, he crosses through, trying to unwind. This is a big move, though, for that left side. Oh, now
Big
that's
move,
interesting.
but if anyone can do it,
It was well thought through, because matching on that rather than crossing, better way to do it perhaps for him.
yeah.
Right, locking off that right arm now. Foot out towards the sloper. Brian, the second athlete out here, in the top spot with 34.
Looking really solid still.
And the atmosphere out there, what's it like? When that crowd is cheering you up the wall, what does that feel like?
I'm really good at tuning it out, so I actually don't really hear a lot of it, but I know my friend Josh was out there and I know his voice, so when he's yelling at me, I can hear him specifically.
Yeah, it is a great atmosphere. We're a bit behind the wall here, but we can hear the crowd.
It's absolutely phenomenal. It's so loud out there.
Well, Brian will be getting the full benefit of that. Team USA and the crowd getting behind him. He's
Yeah,
a few
what a
moves
team
away.
too.
Yeah, massive team.
Massive team this year.
So he matches underneath the last sequence of holds. Yeah. Oh, I think there's a bit of a bobble maybe with the foot.
Looks like it. Those jibs look bad too.
Yeah, nasty holds.
Oh
aren't they?
yeah.
Right, so he comes down, but new high point from Brian.
We got Nico from Germany lining up on the AL2 route.
So can I ask you more about prosthesis and climbing
Yeah.
like that? So you use a prosthesis, some of the athletes don't.
Mhm.
When do you make that decision? Or is that just something that comes naturally as you climb more?
Definitely seems like most of the below knee amputees go with the prosthesis. I guess it's a little bit easier to move since you have your own knee. And so kind of designing a foot that works for your body kind of suits that style of prosthesis a little bit more. And then the above knee amputees tend to go without a prosthesis, or maybe with just a socket, or a socket with some kind of attachment on the bottom. It's a really, really personal choice. I actually think sometimes, especially on steeper routes, that maybe I would be a better climber without my prosthesis, but I'm so comfortable with it on because I've been an amputee my entire life. So it makes sense for me to climb with it.
And we're watching Nicholas here, an example of an athlete not using a prosthesis.
Yep.
And it changes the way you move, doesn't it?
It really does. I think especially Lucy is so good at this style of climbing. She knows her body really, really well. I think your body positioning is a lot more important when you've only got one leg.
Well, we saw almost an example of that there, kind of getting the rope the wrong side, having to almost jump, kick over the top.
And especially if you're used to lead climbing and training, climbing with this rope in your face, especially the double rope system, it's actually very difficult. You really have to maneuver around it.
Would you prefer a lead style system?
I would actually. Yeah, I would love to see that come in.
I agree with you.
I think
In
a
some
lot of the
categories.
AL2 climbers too. Yeah.
All right, well, Nicholas. Oh,
This
undercling.
is his first World Cup finals as well.
It's so good to see. I climbed at the gym he works at in Germany.
Amazing.
Oh, just the left hand. And yeah, just watching him do some of the boulders that I was struggling on.
Yep.
He was doing it with one
He's
leg.
really
Incredible, but fell on the
There he
undercling.
goes.
But that is a new high point for men's AL2.
And men's AL2 is an incredibly competitive category, really, really stacked.
Exactly. Well, could you stick with us for one more? And then I know you've got crowd waiting
Yeah,
in the
let's
background
do
to go
it.
and celebrate with. We see one more athlete, and then we'll swap Sebastian
We've
back
got
in.
Kevin.
Yes, so this is Kevin Bartek, who is really used to being at the top spot
Yep.
of a competition.
Yeah, watching him in qualies yesterday, he seemed really in control, climbing really beautifully. Seemed to get a lot of the sequencing a lot better than some of his competitors. Always kind of knew which arm to go for first and never really had to backtrack on any of his moves.
Yeah.
Although as I
Well,
say
as you
that, yeah.
welcome to the commentary box. This is what happens here. It's a superpower in a way.
Absolutely.
Big bump up with the left hand though for him.
Looking really good.
Oh, it's a long way though, and that match is nasty off the stump.
Yeah.
Makes it work though.
Those holds look really bad.
They do, don't they? And this wrap around sequence here, you've got to commit to friction. He's got to heel him on the
Yeah,
left.
really nice. And watching the AU climbers on a route like this is just so impressive.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. Well, he wraps that arm around, adjusts with the feet. But he's got to do, quite a big left swing here.
Yeah, this route is very wandering. There's a lot of going back and forth. It's super interesting.
Well, he's nearing the head wall now. It's a couple of moves away above his head. Second place, Brian's 41. This is the last athlete out in this group, so this is all to play for the gold medal. 10 moves behind. Locks off that right arm. This is good climbing from Kevin so far. Doesn't look particularly pumped yet.
Not really, yeah. I think he's kind of... Oh, I don't want to say anything now in case I jinx him.
Yeah, I know. It's pretty... It's hard here in the box.
It really is, but looking a lot more in control now, seems to kind of have the sequencing down for this section.
Yeah, he thought about it for a second, worked out the beta and just launched into it. He's still
Absolutely.
behind Brian though on 37. Getting encouragement.
Brian is often really dominant in this category, so I was surprised to not see him in qualifying in first position yesterday.
Yeah, Kevin now for the first time starting to look a bit
Yep.
fatigued, snatching at that right. Oh no, 41. So that
There he
is
goes. Oh.
42. Well, on our board at the moment, that is the gold medal. We will have to wait and just make sure. Right. Look, I've taken enough of your time. Thank you so much for spending some time after your silver
Yeah,
medal
thanks
here
for
in the
having
commentary
me.
box.
It's a pleasure.
Have an amazing podium. Good luck
Thank
up
you.
there.
Thanks so much.
And we'll see you soon.
Bye.
So as we swap Sebastian back into the commentary box, who will finish out this afternoon's entertainment with us, we have Shui from Japan. looking good at the moment, halfway through. Oh no, not more than halfway through. He's 27. He's won the thing. Currently, we got 3 to go on this category, though. So
Yeah, very big competitive sport class, the AL, always. And we're missing a few of the top competitors, by the way, from the AL, AL2 men sport class.
where
And
deciding just not to compete or injuries?
Multiple reasons. Yeah, injuries, deciding not to compete here. So that's why we see a slightly different setup in this sport class than in comparison to last competition.
Sorry, but that smear is outrageous.
Yeah, and when he was turning around, when he was trying to get around the little spit there, he blocked him with his knee.
Yeah, I mean, that's watching him smear with 1 foot on the wall. It's all in your arms at that point, and
Definitely.
trusting friction somehow.
So looking back up, thinking, but he doesn't know yet, but he can be very satisfied with his performance.
Well, look, one of your teammates walks away with a medal. Kevin, gold for him, just pushing Brian out by the smallest of margins, and Trevor Smith with a bronze medal.
Yes, and Kevin and I are going together to Red Rocks tomorrow.
Would you stop talking about this trip, okay? I get it. You guys are having a wonderful bouldering session. I'm not invited.
No, got multi-pitch, tread cramming.
Oh, okay, in that case I care less. I wish you a wonderful trip for sure. It's going to be fun. How long are you staying for?
10 days.
Ah,
Yeah, once we're on the ES, we have to use it, right?
absolutely. Flew all the way here.
Exactly. So I thought when I go here, I'm going to make the best use out of it and not just be here for the World Cup. Sure, this is priority, first things first, and then we see what else the country has.
I'm
to offer
imagining
for us.
Team Germany's Vegas house to be quite a wild place to spend some time.
Well, it's more than 30 friends, a lot of nuts and other equipment, so we had to fiddle around a bit with the luggage. Yeah, with friends.
I thought you meant friends.
Oh,
Like,
friends. Yeah, we have to explain. It's not
Yes.
a usual topic on IFSC live
exactly,
streams. Yes.
confusing.
So that's like equipment you use for protection.
He's talking about cams.
Camelot.
So
Yeah, cams. But Cam is a brand. So basically,
I was like, gee, Sebastian, you got a 30-person house is going to be a riot.
No.
No, right, fair enough. That makes more
friends
sense.
are friends.
Yes. Well, look, underway right now. Who we got? Gavin Nix from the USA is out and about. There he is. I don't know a huge amount about Gavin, but qualified in 3rd place here.
We saw lots of athletes here appearing for the first time, and many new faces here, also from Team USA. And it's always nice to see how the community evolves and grows competition by competition. So, for example, Glenn, you heard earlier here in the commentary box, coming from Team Australia, being here for the first time, and then also finishing on a podium. Such a nice start.
Yeah, it must be. I mean, coming into the sport and then walking away with a medal is a good way to do things, I think.
Yeah, but Gavin has already some competition experience. Already 4 times with us in paraclimbing, IFSC paraclimbing. So 9th position in the World Championships in Bern last year, and also a 2nd place in the World Cup in Villars from 23.
Yeah, so used to the podium, but this is a different feeling in front of your home crowd like this. It can add pressure sometimes. Reaching through with the right hand.
So what do you think about the route? Have we seen top so far? As far as I remember on that one, no.
Oh, goodness me. Yeah, not on this one. I mean, it's the hardest route, right?
Yes,
This
it's the hardest
A10.
route, so we're very interesting to see if we see the top here or someone coming really close to the top, closer to the top.
That's a big move there from Gavin. Gets the heel back into rest, but yeah, a bit of a cut loose and a fly in the middle.
So now hooking with the prosthesis. Wow. I see good use of prosthesis. The thing which is also different for the other sport classes is you have very limited feeling through your prosthesis. So those athletes have to look if it's in the right place.
And I'm thinking of the muscles needed to heel hook now. And although there are a lot of upper leg muscles, it's helpful to have a bit of calf in action. So a heel hook like that is not a simple move for him to do.
No, not at all. And also, he has no feeling of how is it positioned well. I mean, in this little volume, he has no other option. But for example, there you see him then looking down on the prosthesis all the time, like looking, is it in the right place?
Yeah, and a blocked right hand as well. He's willing to scrunch the fingers up underneath. He approaches this hanging tooth-like feature on the wall. Oh, what is he doing? Surely you can't.
Whoa.
Surely not.
Take the undercling.
No.
Oh.
That was a strange decision.
Yeah, but it won't work this way. You have to
No.
take it as an undercling to get around it.
Yeah, going for the sloper was a brave move. I don't know if he got pumped or if he misread the route, but he does come down just underneath the top spot. 2 to go. David Kramer and then Ethan Ziltz from the USA to finish things off in this category. So all to play for. He looks back. I do think it might have been a bit of an error there from him. You don't usually see athletes doing that.
But so far, provisional second place. 2 more climbers to come. So maybe a podium for him. We'll see with the next climber out.
Yeah.
So we have David Camera from Team Italy approaching the route.
There is David. Has a little look around. Great beard.
So every athlete has 40 seconds for observation. And it's your personal decision how you spend it.
Yeah,
You right storm onto it,
yeah.
if it takes your time.
I always find that rule fascinating, and I did find out what happens if you spend more than 40 seconds. And apparently the belayer will sort of start to hustle you. But
Okay.
I don't think anyone's been disqualified so far.
I haven't seen anyone yet, yes, but I know in some cases, yeah, of visual impact climbing, they were like asked to start.
Yeah, politely told to go.
Yeah. I think it's very important that you have your personal routine there,
Mhm.
that you always do the same in this place. So I, for example, have always the same process I follow. And yeah, it's, to give me good start, good confident start.
Absolutely, yeah. Rituals and all that, big part of climbing, I think, for sure.
Yes. For example, I wait until I get tied in. Then I sit back on the ground, lean back, take a last short view on the route.
Mhm.
And then I stand up, put on a smile, and then I start climbing right away. That's my strategy.
That's your strategy. Well, next time we're in finals, I'll look out for it. Now, David is underway, leaning back on this sideboard in order to have a low shake on this tricky route. Got to be careful with the feet through here as well. 15 at the moment, long way to go. Yuki, who came out pretty third in this category, is on the high spot with 35 plus.
Yeah. Gavin not too far behind, but and then Nicolas a bit further. By the way, it's the first finals in AL2 for my teammate Nicolas, so big day for him, and also unexpected. So, and by the way,
unexpected?
Nicolas is the cook of Team Germany.
Ah, he's the cook.
He's the cook.
Okay.
So Nicolas, if you hear this, we love what you cook for
Yeah,
us.
you had to say, I will poison you next time.
No.
Wait, you never mess with someone who fiddles with your food. It's a fact. Sebastian's looking worried now next to me. All right, so David. Oh, big move from David into the block crimp. Locks it off. Jumps that left foot over. It's interesting. He's climbing with a prosthetic, and it's... Yeah, he's using it, but it's an awkward one to use. But he's up under. This is where we saw Nick's with the sloper match, which... Oh, that was close. David nearly going as he sorted out the hands.
But found his way to stabilize, and now smearing further to the left and going for it.
This is so cruxy, but he's up and must be towards now the lead. Surely the score gets updated. Ooh,
Whoa!
that's going to be a plus. 36 given.
36? Okay.
Maybe. Wow.
We'll wait for the final score.
Exactly. Well, that's job done for David. He now has to sit back and see whether...
And
he
definitely
can-
guarantee the medal.
Yep. And he might even get upgraded. We'll have to see. So that's the crowd, and we keep talking about the atmosphere. It's great. Lots of athletes in the building. Lots of audience members enjoying this afternoon's entertainment. It's currently 3 p.m. here in Salt Lake City.
His score got updated and even to with 36 plus, so that means at least guaranteed a silver medal.
Very good. Good work from David. 1 to go in this category. Only Ethan Ziltz can take it away from David. Ethan, there he enters the stage through the arch on the right. Back there is the rest of the bouldering area. So this is a commercial gym being used for this purpose. So it's a good place for the athletes to warm up. Certainly lots of boulders.
Exactly. We have the whole bouldering corner, and also the backside of the lead wall also has rope climbing, and we also could use that for warm-up. So yeah, we see Ethan here being tied into the rope. Ethan has 4 IFSC para competitions already done, and 3 of them finished in 2nd place.
Oof.
So, and just only one with the 5th place where he weren't on the podium. So he's the vice world champion from last year's World Championship in Bern.
There we go. So can the vice champion pull it out in front of his home crowd? He's the last athlete out onto this category.
We'll find out.
Alright, he gets underway, off the ground. Next time he touches the ground, he'll either be a gold medalist or not. Exciting times for this last athlete here as he crosses through, nice and smooth from him. After this, we have men's AL1 and women's AU2.
A very spectacular sport class up to come. AL1.
Yep, campus time.
But yeah, now it's the last climber on the hardest route of this final session in paraclimbing.
Yeah, let's see.
Not using the prosthesis.
Or using his knee,
as
well, with the knee joint.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
It works.
You don't see that too often.
No, it's each athlete has his own self-made climbing shoe prosthesis. So there's also, it's his own science on how you build it, how big is the shoe. Most athletes lose a slightly smaller shoe than on the other foot, and yeah, I'm pretty sure they're working and improving constantly on it.
Yeah, technology, we've seen that come on in recent years. So he rotates through, gets a higher right foot, pushes towards the next jib, and this is quick climbing as well from him as he enters 21.
Now searching for the jug around the corner, crossing through.
Yeah, it looked awkward for a sec, but he worked it out. Gets the left heel up now. And resting in a pretty unrestful place, to be honest. I know it's a jug, but it's one of those places where if you rest for too long, it kind of has the opposite effect. You have to move through after you've got unpumped.
Now going back to the undercling, chalking up, looking back down to the crowd. Maybe questioning like, where are you? Cannot hear you.
Yeah, exactly. Where are they? Come on, people. Give him some support. He wants it from the home crowd. He'd expect it.
Come on, Ethan. Now it's getting interesting. Small crimps there. And
up he goes.
Whoa!
Just.
Cutting loose.
That
Whoa,
was a
that
real
looked
moment.
close, yeah.
Fingers of steel as he held onto that somehow.
Now, oh, and again kneeling. Trying to get a hook on it first with her feet, but deciding just to use the knee. Switching feet and now bumping up to the next crimp.
Well,
switching feet.
Yeah, I thought he was gone a few moves before, but he's now nearing the podium places.
Now below a little beautiful stalactite. Oh, how would you name it?
Tooth. I'm going with tooth. Maybe a shark tooth. It's not a crocodile tooth. More rounded. Definitely shark. Reaches out. I didn't imagine you could pinch it like that. That's interesting. Wraps his thumb around. I'm not sure. And that match is dodgy, but he's made it work somehow.
Now nearing the top.
Yeah, it's coming, isn't it?
Already in bronze medal position.
Oh, slips on 35, which means he will take the bronze medal unless things are updated.
I guess he might get the plus.
Yeah, which should...
We wait for a moment until the score updates.
In that case, it will be silver. We'll have to wait and see.
But that shows how close they are. And how far it's not pre-decided how the result looks like in the sport class.
Exactly. It's all to play for.
So here we see the final result, and we see the score was updated to 35 plus. That means gold medal for David Kamara and silver medal for Ethan because of comeback to previous round, and bronze for Shui Yuki.
Exactly. So that's our top three. Tight there. Not much of a margin between bronze and first. Well, in fact, 4th place and upwards, very, very close. Right, 2 categories to go here. Men's AL1, women's AU2. And AU2 category will be watched closely by my co-commentator from earlier. And then men's AL1, well, you're about to see some campus action from the men.
Oh, yes.
It's going to be a good way to finish today's competition. Yeah, we do finish with the men's, don't we? Right, so that's the results as they stand. We'll have a little pause here, have a sip of water, and we'll move on to the next stage. So here we go. We promised the spectacle. We've got the athletes getting going. Noshia on the... Isabel. Oh, Isabel. I've got the wrong list in front of me. Underway for Team USA for AU2. And then we just saw Nashui there for the men's AL1. Nohisha, I think I pronounce it. Anyway, wrapping her arm around on that right hand on this big green and yellow twisty snake of a route. That, of all the routes, I think I want to try this one the most. It just looks fun. Lots of interesting sequences, 3D climbing.
Oh, yes. I would have loved to try my final route, the left one. But it looks like it's my route. But, well, you have to make it there.
Yeah, you do. You have to get into the finals. Sebastian, of course, has won quite a few medals in his time, so you're used to it.
Yep. 5 until now.
Where are your medals kept?
On a pile in front of my working computer, so I can watch them every day.
Oh. Yeah, I know athletes who hang them in hallways, like sort of decorations, trophies around the house. It really depends how many you've got, I guess. I haven't got any. Alright, so she twists her way through here. Left hand up from Isabel.
Isabel had an 11th place in the World Championships Bern last year, and also a 3rd place at the Salt Lake City World Cup last year here. So quite new to the competition scene, but already seen the podium.
She has, but she falls off that cross through. Didn't quite have, maybe too low feet. Maybe can get the arm in. Now look, this is what we're talking about. The campus from the men. Now he's set.
Team Japan opening the round on the campus route. Now that we're interesting to see if the route is completely campusable from bottom to top. So far we have seen other sport classes climbing on it, but not so far pure campus style.
Yeah, and you don't want to be taking your time. Let's be honest in this. You know, obviously you need to shake out occasionally, but speed is key. The quicker you do it, the less time on your arms.
Definitely. We will see different pacing here between the athletes for sure. Also, if you can skip holds, you should do. So we will see athletes who will do big skips. Also,
a bit of a skip there. That's what you were talking about. But now
exactly.
Goes to the left hand.
Just using it to go further.
Hasn't got a chalk bag. No time for chalking up. Just go, go, go. Has a look at down at the crowd.
Yeah, interesting. I know the others are using chalk bags, as far as I remember. We'll see later.
Yeah.
But they can hang on one arm and chalk up.
Yeah, he's deciding not to. Big pull-up needed here. It's right by his face. He needs to get
Come
the left
on.
hand out. Just.
Oh, getting there.
Oh. Eyes up the next hold. Snatches just. He's right on the edge of his power here, isn't he? I'm not sure he can do the next move. He's going to give it a good go, though.
Matching. Yes.
Every time I think he's about to fall, he's not.
Now resting and
No,
oh.
finally on 40.
What a performance.
Yeah, a crowd energized down in the stadium.
So Matt, what do you think? Campusing 40 holes?
Honestly, I've never tried it, but I quite like to. Like, I'd like to give it a go, just to feel the level of burn.
Can you take the IFSC camera crew with you and do something that everyone can see afterwards?
I'd love to take the IFSC camera crew, but I'm not sure they'll want to film me anymore. They're bored of my voice by now.
Well, I think you're not talking while you're campusing, oh? What do you think so?
Yeah, they've just said yes, they are bored. Yeah, that's fair enough. No, he doesn't want to do it. He said no. Fair enough, boys.
Yeah, someone from us can also hold the camera, no problem.
Yeah, there we go. Well, you've got them out of a job as well. That's good.
Because maybe if you want to look up, there's Matt trying visual impaired climbing also on IFSC YouTube channel.
That is there,
right?
yes.
So it's still missing, I think, Matt climbing campus style.
Okay, I'm
Then
down.
what else do we need?
Well,
AU
everything.
style?
Yeah.
One arm fully used, the other just with the elbow. Did you try that already?
I think I did try that actually way back.
Yes, and
Briançon, but I
Briançon
don't
with
think the video
Kevin
ever got
long time
released.
ago.
Yeah. It was very hard. I fell off almost immediately. It was very uncounterintuitive to what I'm used
Okay.
to. Like, I feel like I could be better at campusing.
Okay. But I would love, for example, to prepare you that you can climb like I do. Like we strap together your knees
Oh my goodness.
and then we tie down your neck towards
Right.
them. And that you can just barely see the horizon, and then first crux is getting to the wall, and then let's see how it goes.
Sebastian, I couldn't do what you do, honestly. Right, Ruben Eleanor is struggling, fighting. She falls in the same sequence, maybe one move more from her. But that was this women's route for AU2 proving difficult, and just 2 to go for the women's category. Men's AL1, this is Tanner underway. Ooh.
Tanner already well known in finals. And here for his home crowd, let's see what he can do.
Yeah, smashes through the beginning pillar, which is probably the most awkward section because it's less steep.
But for them, it helps a lot to get them off the wall, and so that they start directly with distance to the wall and don't have their knees scratching against it.
Yeah, so he's up, climbing quickly, as we'd expect here. Needs to control the swing though with the legs as well, because speed is fine, but the more the legs swing, the more you have to use that core and the arms to pull you back into a position. Good work from Tanner here. And now stopping for the first time on a really awkward move, this. Oh
Taking
wow,
a
he's
break.
going to the foot.
Whoa, to the small one,
He
wow.
skips all of the hard bit to the right.
That's what I said about skipping holes. It can save you lots of time and energy.
I wonder if he planned
But that
before.
was really risky, I think. But wow.
I think you're right, because the jugs on the right are better, but if he gets a gold medal, genius. Let's see. Oh, hanging off that arm. Now, there's a chalk bag you were talking about.
Exactly.
And then beneath her, Lucia Capavilla on the bottom right.
Lucia, by the way, is the female athlete representative in the Paraclimbing Commission at the moment. So I'm working together with Lucia already for a long time. So not just high performance on the wall, also behind the scenes involved in a lot of processes and helping to involve the sport.
There we go. And Tanner, meanwhile, has climbed himself into gold medal, provisional with 2 to go. Left hand cross.
Come on,
through.
Tanner, you already have the bronze medal guaranteed. Every move counts here. The 2 Austrians following up won't make it easy for you.
They won't. Every hold is important. Makes the match on the sloper. Big move out, skipped a hold, couldn't quite do it. 48,
Wow.
the new high point though. And we go back to Lucia Capavilla, who I've been told can push Selene Piret right to the very edge. So she's it's not all going Selene's way necessarily, this.
Lucia's trying hard to make life difficult for her, but they are competing on so high level over so many years. They know each other so well. The only difference is they have the other arm impaired.
Yes,
That's
true.
the difference. So it's always interesting to see in between the 2 of them how they solve each section in their own unique style.
Yeah, again, another nightmare for the setters, that one, to try to work it out.
Yeah, sometimes there are really discussions about is it equally possible and so on. And it's not easy at all, but our route setters are trying to best
Yeah, and
to make it as equal as possible.
well, this is a sequence where it's hard for her, because it's like a left arm bump here.
Exactly.
Oh, wow, that's smart.
Strategic, smart decision for her. Sorting the feet, matching.
She's doing really well here, and Selene Piret waiting. is going to be pushed. So she chalks up.
So she didn't find the screw hole yet with the other hand, but now trying with the stump first. Wow,
Just.
that's a risky match.
Still, she's got to do another move off that sloper. Gets it this time.
Now reaching the head wall where it gets less steep. Come on, Lucia.
This is where she has to control everything. Slow the heart down. 39-40 now on the board. So into first position easily. A long way above the others. It's the left low. Crosses through.
Wow! Almost thought she's gonna miss it. Come on, Lucia. You can do it. Wow, pressing now just from two sides. Oh, wow. Trying to get the feet up with the left. Oh, crimping again. That was so close. Wow.
What a fight that was. 43 on the board. Okay, Selene Pirret, what can you do?
She will show us.
Gauntlet thrown down. Now, in the
Oh,
background-
Lucia, you can be so happy with your performance. That was, it could have ended earlier for sure. Wow. And you see her smiling.
Crazy. Well, Marcus Posendorfer is in the background. He just pulled on. There he is.
Marcus already starting to the overhanging part of the route.
Had to flick that rope out behind his head there for a sec. Got in the way. Now starts this campus. Wants to get into a rhythm.
And high speed.
Now, will he do this crazy skip? I wonder if they read it together. No, he's going
No,
right.
he's going right. Interesting, yeah. Yeah, come on, Marcus. You can do it.
It definitely is easier that way, you know. Maybe more moves, but you know, bigger holds.
So Marcus now nearing the podium position, but not there yet.
Yeah, he's on the third place now.
No, yeah,
guaranteed.
not guaranteed. It's he's nearing. So come
Now
on, Marcus.
guaranteed. 41 on our score.
Okay, so that's the at least guaranteed bronze medal position.
Long way to go, and he's struggling for now. Flick of that
Shaking
right hand.
one arm. Come on, Marcus. Wow. Really strong now. Distance are getting bigger and bigger, and holds are getting worse and worse. You see just the first few parts of the arms up. Wow.
That's a launch left. Very hard move that with the cross, but provisional silver, definite medal with only Angelina Zella to come. And Selene Pirret is underway in the meanwhile. The last athlete, the last female athlete out. We've only got 2 to go. Wow, we're almost finished, Sebastian. It's gone quick.
Yeah, it's known only from Team Austria. Angelina Zella who's going to start in a few seconds, while we're here with Selene Pirret on the women's AU2 final road.
What can Selene do here? So many times she's been in this position. She's incredibly experienced, such a good climber, but can she keep the pressure at bay?
By the way, the worst result Selene ever got was the second place
Oh.
at her very first World Cup in Briançon
Wow.
in the year 2018. Since then, only gold.
What a record, eh? But we've seen it before. Remember, for example, Alexander Miroslav, world champs. Everyone expected her to win. She didn't. It can happen.
It can happen. I remember the World Championships in Bern last year, where Selene started the route and fiddled her rope around a big volume, a big spit right in the beginning.
Yep.
And I talked to her later. She like she was adrenaline up to the top, and she said like she had the thought like, okay, this is it. She could manage it and finish in first place,
Yep.
but anything can
Scary.
happen.
Yeah, it can. Angelina Zella, meanwhile, is down on the left. Favourite on paper. And Selene now, with the heel hook, looks towards the next hole. Bumps up the left hand. She's climbing nice and steadily.
The volunteer behind the wheelchair waiting for him to launch so that he can just pull it right out of the way. So thank you to all our volunteers here helping to
Yeah,
have the event. You're doing a great job.
they are indeed. Good.
Without you, this wouldn't be possible. So thank you all to our hidden helpers in front and behind the cameras.
Now, Angelina is carrying a little extra muscle weight here.
Exactly. Angelino had so much fun weightlifting during the winter that he gained more than 5 kilos in comparison to the last season.
Now, that has meant he's got guns of steel, but you got to drag that weight up, so it could be a double-edged sword. We'll have to find out. Céline Piré, meanwhile, beautiful climbing from her, flicks that leg around.
Angelino told me like it's not affecting his climbing so much, but he said it's like it was just too much fun.
Well, these two athletes now, for the first time, he pauses with one arm and a chalk up. Céline, meanwhile, has got to be careful through this transition between the angles. The crux is coming for her.
Now we have Angelino nearing the podium. I think he's already on it.
So Céline, both
Yes.
of them getting huge encouragement. Céline rocks up.
Now Angelino in silver medal position. Only Tanner to beat in front of him.
Big moves from the big man on the left.
And now he's already in gold medal position. He doesn't know yet. He has just one goal, and that's the top.
Yeah, we want to see him do it. We want both these athletes to do it. Selena as well. I think that's her gold medal. She's through the bottom crux. We'll just check that, but I think it must be close for her.
Yes.
She is.
Solen
gold.
already passed the high point of Lucia. She felt where she has her feet now.
One move
the
away
left.
from Angelina. Sorry, 2 moves away from Angelina. Red hold, purple hold, finishing glory. Can he do it though?
Come on, Angelino. We want to see the human flag on the top.
Oh, one
Come
move away.
on.
Come on, he's getting
No,
the knees
getting the
in.
knee in there.
Huge
Wow.
reach through needed though. Fires it with
Whoa.
the left, not
Okay, no human flag for us today.
quite. No human flag, but good work from him. And then Selene trying to get one move higher. She falls, but it is a gold medal for her as well, with 48, as we can see on the score. Whew. What a way to end, Sebastian.
What an end of this final session.
That was a fun one. We'll wait for confirmation of those results. And just to let you know what happens now. It's podiums for the athletes. We won't be talking our way through this. In fact, I'll be doing some interviews. But please watch, support the athletes, because they will really appreciate you. And we will be streaming the whole thing, so we won't be going anywhere. And do have a look out for the Climbing Club. Likely to be released maybe tonight, maybe tomorrow morning. We'll see. But that will have all the extra content we chatted about. And, of course, the highlights from this finals. So that's coming up soon. We'll wait for confirmation, and then we'll say goodbye to you so we can go and do some interviewing work behind the scenes. So, Sebastian, what's the next comp we'll see you at? Where are you going to be?
In Innsbruck,
Okay.
by the end of June, hopefully by bike.
Yes. Or I'll send a car. Either one.
And then, I will also go to the European Championships in Villars. And then the last World Cup will be Arco by the end of September.
Yes. Pizzas and ice cream to finish off the season. It sounds
And
good to me.
hopefully a celebration of a successful inclusion in the Paralympic Games.
Exactly.
Keep our fingers crossed. We will know most likely before the Olympic Games in Paris, which start in August this year.
There we go. Fingers crossed then. Well, this is results. Angelina Zeller first place, Tana Silo second, and Marcus Posendorfer in third, with Noshia finishing things up in fourth. So congratulations to Angelina. Good work. Nearly top in the route, 55 plus, just one move away from the top.
Also, big success for Tanner beating Marcus. They're always having like this
Rivalry.
rivalry, yeah. And normally it was Marcus finishing before Tanner. So this time, first time, the other way around.
Céline Piré, meanwhile, takes the victory with 48. She couldn't quite top the route, but came close. Lucia Capavilla second, 43 plus, pushed Céline all the way. Eleanor after that in third. Her teammate Isabel in fourth with 24. Count back counting for that. Right, well, thank you so much to everyone who's come to join me in the commentary box, from yourself, Sebastian, to Tim Emmett himself. It has been a fun series of guests. Thank you. Thank you to all the team behind the scenes working hard. And, of course, to all the volunteers, belayers, photographers, and everyone else. So, Sebastian, goodbye to you, sir.
Thank you for having me, Matt, and see you soon.
I will see you soon. Enjoy the podium. We'll have some interviews coming for you very, very soon. My name is Matt Groom. It's been a pleasure calling you all the action. I will return very soon. Have a good evening or afternoon, everyone.